Vážený pán štátny tajomník, vážený pán primátor, Vážené dámy, vážení páni, milí
State
hostia.
Secretary and
V mene
Mayor
Americkej obchodnej
and our
komory
dear
Slovenskej
guests,
republike vás vítam na 4. ročníku podujatia
I would like
Innovation
to
Conference
invite
pod
you and
titulom
welcome you
Responsibility in Business.
at the
Na
fourth
úvod sa chcem
Amcham
poďakovať
conference
našim sponzorom
called
tohto roku.
Responsibility in Business.
Prémiovému partnerovi
I would like to
spoločnosti
thank our
US Steel
sponsors
Košice,
first, which is
hlavnému
US Steel
partnerovi
Košice, and
spoločnosti
then our
Deutsche Telekom
main
IT
partner,
Slovakia,
Deutsche Telekom IT
partnerovi
Solutions,
spoločnosti Cemtom.
and our
Podujatie
partner,
je organizované v
Tom,
spolupráci s priateľmi z Creative Industry Košice
and we are
a v
also
rámci
working together
mediálneho
with Creative
partnerstva
Industry
s
in Košice
organizáciami IT Valley Košice,
and IT Valley
Košickou
Košice,
pobočkou Slovenskej obchodnej a priemyselnej komory
as
a
well
Univerzitným vedeckým
as
parkom.
the University Technical
Udalosti
Park
posledných
Technicum.
rokov nám ukazujú, že narastajúce ekonomické,
Past year's events have shown us
sociálne výzvy
that
odkrývajú
growing
prehlbujúce sa rozdiely
challenges
spoločnosti.
show
Zodpovedné a príkladné vedenie
differences
vnímame ako
in
neoddeliteľnú
society.
súčasť riešenia problému a
Now,
cestou
we need
spoločného
proper
úspechu na
leadership
všetkých.
to deal with this problem
Podľa
and
nedávnej
for our
štúdie
success.
spoločnosti Accenture
So,
vníma po
based
prerozdelení
on a
COVID-19
recent
až
study,
67%
which
respondentov
showed
potrebu
that
posilnenia podielu zodpovednosti
60% of
súkromného sektora
respondents
spoločenství
feel
a
that there needs to be
environmentálnych
a strengthening in the
Ešte
responsibility
prekvapujúcejšou
of
sa
leadership
môže zdať
in the
individuálna
society.
rovina, kde zhruba každý druhý opýtaný
No.
respondent súhlasí, že otázka
As well as
etiky,
roughly 1 in 2 workers
udržateľnosti
agree that the
a
ethical,
morálnych hodnôt sa
sustainable
pre
and
nich stanú
moral
po skončení
values
pandémie ešte
that
dôležitejšími.
businesses hold will become
Dnes preto
more
budeme
important to
diskutovať o
them
vysoko
after the
relevantných
COVID-19
otázkach
pandemic.
zodpovedného vedenia,
Now,
podnikateľskej
we are also
zodpovednosti
going to talk
voči
about
spoločnosti,
sustainability
budúcich
and the
generáciách
need for
inovatívnych
responsible
podnikateľov
leadership,
a sociálnych aspektoch
as well as the social
inovatívnych technológií.
aspects of innovative technologies.
Nachádzame sa v zložitých časoch,
We find
ktoré
ourselves
volajú
in
po
very
zodpovedných
challenging times, which call for responsible leaders. And while in the past we would talk about setting a good example, which needs to be followed, now this example is not enough. The seriousness of these challenges needs a positive change in the future. That's why we are very happy that multiple personalities that strive for this change have accepted our invitation. So one of these people is Mr. Matúš Vallo, the mayor of Bratislava. And I would like to invite my colleague Martin Mudrák to talk to you. Thank you.
Veľmi pekne ďakujem, Gabriel, vážené dámy, vážení páni.
Thank you very much, Gabriel. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very happy that you chose to spend this afternoon with the American Chamber of Commerce. We live in a time where young people try to choose their future based on their moral values. This involves where they work, for example. So it's my very big honor to welcome Mr. Matúš Vallo, the mayor of Bratislava. Hello, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for joining us. So, as far as I know, it's your anniversary as mayor. So it's not exactly today, but it's usually between the 7th and the 10th November when I became the mayor. And this is my third year. Congratulations on the anniversary. We are again very happy you could join us. So I'll try not to give you too many free balls today, but I don't remember Mayor Bratislava that is liked in Košice. And so obviously your award, the World Mayor Feature Award, talks about your work very well. So this holds a lot of values that are important not in just Slovakia but in the Western Europe as well. And this award has been given to you based on your performance. I'm a big fan of Košice. There are a lot of great people there. So, I like the east of Slovakia very much. Could you please repeat the question?
Samozrejme. Na akých
Of
hodnotách,
course.
pán primátor, stojí teda plán pre Bratislavu a vaša
So,
práca ako primátora
what
Bratislavy? Aj
values
vďaka ktorej ste teda dostali a
do you
prišli
base the
ocenenie
plan for
Riivo.
Bratislava on? Of course, I was very surprised by this award, but I was very happy with it as well. So our values have been clear from the start. They've been clear ever since the election. So it's about transparency. So a maximum way of decision making in our act. So to be transparent in this aspect as well. A very important aspect is decision making based on data. So in order for us to make a good decision, we need proper data. And these data can also affect our decisions, of course. We need skilled people, which is a very important aspect for me. So Bratislava cannot become a city of the next level without the proper personnel. And another priority is a strong Bratislava. So we need to ask ourselves if something is good for Bratislava or what is actually the best for Bratislava. Because we need our capital to be strong. It needs to be a strong city that can defend itself. It will not be a way to launder money, and it will have a certain standard. Those are my basic values. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, in these times, I don't travel to Bratislava that much, but it has been closer to London, not visually, but maybe in the cultural aspect. But I'm sure that here in Košice we'll try to get there as well. But if I can add something, I look at Košice very well. It was the European capital of culture. But I'm sure that Košice is on a high level as well. Of course, there's no doubt about that. I would like to tie into the open society you mentioned. So there are talks about Warsaw, Prague, and Bratislava being sort of open cities. And where does Bratislava stand here? So the mayors of these cities are my peers, even though their background is more political, mine is more expert. But we focus very much on progressive values, and basically the values of the European Union and the Commission. And the project was based on these values as well. So in the past we had populist governments that turned away from the European Union, but now it's different for us, but this is still true for Poland and Hungary. And that's one level, and the other side is a certain cooperation, let's say, with budget allocation for these regions, or trying to find good partners that can provide certain know-how for us.
Plánuje sa pakt slobodných miest teda rozširovať? Majú v
So,
istom momente...
is this pact of free cities to grow? What needs to be said is that the pact will definitely grow. 20 cities have been added recently. For example, Amsterdam, Barcelona, or Florence. So yes, it will keep growing.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Je práve udržateľnosť.
A very popular topic is sustainability.
Ako z vášho pohľadu urbanistu a primátora...
From your point of view, as the mayor of the capital, how do you see the sustainability of Slovak towns and villages? So there are different levels to this sustainability. We have economic, societal, and environmental sustainability. When it comes to societal, we need to look at the mood in the society. So the situation right now in Europe and everywhere in the world is very complicated because of COVID. So our society is very divided. Let's say when we look at vaccines and our health systems, but I think that towns should add to proper communication with people, to make sure that the communication is transparent and to show how we can help with vaccinations or with testing. But these are things that work here in Slovakia. And we need to try to keep the mood in society in a norm, basically. Of course, there have been problems with COVID, especially problems with the Bratislava's budget. And then, of course, we need to look at the environmental sustainability, which should be a part of every town's policy. So we know that the whole planet is doing very badly, but it's very important for us. So that was my next question. So what could Slovak towns do to try to get on the level of the Western Union? So do you have any recommendations for Slovak towns? So, most important for every self-government in Slovakia is to gain the trust of people. And they also need to lead their communities based on scientific facts. We have a very important, very huge problem as a country, as a planet, as a whole, and we just need to face this challenge together. So towns should lead, but how can we sort of activate this responsibility? So people these days are very much engaged, and the community world is a lot simpler when it comes to the chain of a politician promising something and then doing it. I think it's very important to talk to people, even though it's difficult because of COVID, but there is nothing better than me physically talking to people. It's important for us to do this frequently, as long as the situation allows it. And as I said, it's just important to communicate and to gain the trust of the people. And explain to people that their opinion is important. And hearing their opinion is not just about our PR. And we need try to take their opinion and see if we might be mistaken. I'm sure this is the right way of doing things. But what about the people that don't want to listen? I mean, the opinion of people or politicians? So the opinions of people. I mean, it happens to me as well. We are trying to make a little park. So we've proved that it will provide more greenery and more trees. But there are still people who think it will do the opposite. And we just keep going in circles with people who will criticize everything. But that's the time we live in, and we need to be patient with them. But we also need to set a boundary. So it's good that you talk about trees, because we will have a speaker that is involved in timber. So this also needs responsible citizens. So should leadership come from the upper ranks or the lower ranks, as to say it? So one of many definitions is that a leader can put a spark in people when it comes to certain problem. So, but it can never be only the leader or only the people. They always need to work together. I don't want to say that someone is in higher rank, someone is in a lower rank. But if these two groups, so politicians and people, will come together, then we can pursue a goal. And this shows itself in a way that people start trusting the politicians, and they believe that it will result in a better life for everyone.
Debatu práve s košickými aktivistami, kde teda padla otázka veľmi podobného charakteru, a to je tá, že kdežto, keď sa pozrieme niekde do Slovenska alebo inde v Európe, tak často vydávame veľmi silnú občiansku zodpovednosť, kde tí ľudia automaticky recyklujú, prispievajú teda k zelenšiemu chodu svojho mesta a pristupujú skrátka k tomu tejto stránke veľmi zodpovedne. Kdežto možno, a práve na východe Slovenska to je pomerne taká čerstvá vec, že tí ľudia nie sú možno ešte tak vyslovene zvyknutí tú zodpovednosť ako keby životnému prostrediu prevziať do svojich rúk. Často sa opakuje aj ten argument, že kdežto tá západná Európa a vyspelejšia Európa už si mala možnosť užiť ako keby ten komfort a luxus, ktorý prichádza s určitou životnou úrovňou, tak pre Slovákov a východných Slovákov je to stále ešte pomerne nové a ešte sa necítia byť povinní zaťažovať sa takýmito otázkami. Preto možno otázka, keď sme hovorili o aktivácii zodpovednosti v lídroch, ako pomôcť zodpovednosti a aktivácii zodpovednosti práve u občanov.
So how can we incentivize responsibility with people? So I try to lead by example. If someone wants something from the citizens, he actually needs to do it himself. So if someone will act in an eco-mindful manner, I'm sure it will provide an example for the people.
Máme rozbehnuté teraz prvú mestskú časť, takú pilotnú na brko, na kuchynský odpad.
For example, we are starting a new program for kitchen waste in Bratislava. I think we did it very well, and 85% of families have actually taken a hold of these appliances. And they actually are putting an effort in. So again, it's about communication and actual work of the self-government. So if we want people to recycle, then we shouldn't put any boundaries in their way. So then we are also launching a new parking policy. We actually wanted to make the registration so simple that it will only need the basic information from the people. So to make sure that people don't need to scan anything and so on.
Pán primátor, otázka, možno príklad, ktorý sme mali možnosť nedávno taktiež vidieť v Estónsku. Môžu byť mestá na Slovensku manažované ako zodpovedné, ale taktiež profitabilné podniky? Je toto na Slovensku možné?
Towns in Slovakia be seen as profitable businesses. I think Bratislava is an example. So we liberated the city, the self-government from personal interests. So we had the so-called mafia here in the past years. But now every board member is a full-time manager for a certain region of the city, and we haven't had anything like this in the past. So each of these people has certain KPIs, and suddenly a business that was in the reds for a long time is now profitable.
Ďakujem, pán primátor. Možno otázka z opačného súdka, keď sme sa tu bavili možno o oddeľovaní toho privátneho od toho mestského. Ako funguje medzisektorová spolupráca pri dosahovaní vízie úspešného a udržateľného mesta v Bratislave?
So what's the vision for Bratislava as a sustainable city?
Akú rolu hraje napríklad taký privátny sektor a akademická obec v Bratislave?
So what role does the academy or the private sector play in this endeavor? So now we have a company that wants to help Bratislava and they want to support the city, and we are very happy to get this company to work here.
Rozumiem, že aj v rámci plánu hospodárskeho a sociálneho programu teda Bratislavy hraje privátny sektor pomerne dôležitú úlohu aj v narábaní s eurofondami. Môžete nám možno trošku približiť rolu súkromného a
tell us a bit about the role of the private sector in the creation of this program? I think you mean program 2030? What is important is that we are the ones creating it, so the employees of the town.
Ďakujem pekne. A možno posledná otázka, pán primátora, to je, aká je rola magistrátu hlavného mesta v rámci bratislavského inovačného ekosystému? Akú úlohu hraje mesto Bratislava pri rozvoji inovácií v Bratislave?
When it comes to the innovation program in Bratislava. So Bratislava has its own chief innovations officer. And we received various funds when it comes to innovation teams from Harvard or London, and they work with us on certain manners. And we go very deeply into electronic services. for example, electronic ID, to actually support these e-services even more.
Pán primátor, ja vám v tomto momente veľmi pekne ďakujem. Veľmi si ceníme
Mr. Mayor, I would like to
účasť
thank you
na
very
našej konferencii
much
Innovation
for your
2021.
attendance
V tejto
at this
chvíli sa vám
conference.
musím poďakovať a mám opäť česť predstaviť ďalšieho
And it's
hostia.
my pleasure to introduce the next guest.
A v tomto momente je mojou veľkou cťou privítať ďalšieho vzácneho hostia dnešnej konferencii a tým je štátny tajomník Ministerstva investícií, regionálneho rozvoja a informatizácie, pán Dušan Velič, ktorý prinesie náš prvý TED Talk na tému vplyvu inovácií na výrobný priemysel.
He will talk about the impact of innovation on the production industry.
Pán štátny tajomník, príjemný dobrý deň. Vítam vás medzi nami na dnešnej konferencii East Innovation. Nech sa, nech sa páči, pán štátny tajomník, virtuálne pódium je vaše.
So the virtual stage is yours.
Ďakujem.
Thank you very much.
Ja by som chcel na úvod
I would like to be brief and talk a bit more about this conference, to thank you for this nice event where we can talk about innovations and do actually something for the innovations in the context of the Ministry of Investment, of Regional Development and Informatizations. We are very invested into this problem when it comes to digitization and when it comes to innovations, I believe they are very important, and we closely collaborate with the Ministry of Economy and Ministry of Education, and we created a register, research and register, and Within the program period of 2021, we would like to invest a huge budget into academia, universities, especially when it comes to technology and innovations. And so we also closely collaborate with educations. Approximately 600 million euros goes to innovation. So the state realizes this responsibility and tries to, and so this whole area goes into the office of government. So I'm very happy that we are talking about this topic. It's not for the first time. And thank you for your invitation again. I'm sorry that I couldn't come personally, but due to pandemic restrictions, we couldn't do it, and there was also another program that we had to take care of. So I'm happy that I at least could participate this way. Thank you very much. We appreciate your interest to join us. And we understand that the situation with the black zone in black region in Košice is not very pleasant.
Poďme však na našu krátku diskusiu.
So let's start with our short discussion.
Možno krátky úvod. Slovensko má spomedzi 28 vyspelých krajín najvyššie riziko zániku pracovných miest v dôsledku
countries in Europe, Slovakia is on a poor place when it comes to
podliehajúcim zmenám by teda mohlo 64 pracovných miest, pričom 33 z nich označilo Svetové ekonomické fórum za vysokorizikových.
So we have 64 working places that can actually disappear. So low digitization and digital skills can actually worsen the situation. So my question is for the Slovak government, what is our responsibility? What is the responsibility of companies and of the government towards these work positions? I would like to say that my whole life I have been involved in science and innovations, and the way I saw it is that each danger and risk is an opportunity. This is the attitude that innovators need, and when you look at from the perspective that if something happens to you, you should change it, it's not innovative. Well, this says something about us, actually. We are dependent on automation, and people often say that we are only a production facility, basically, but it's not entirely true. Although car production is very developed here, we would also like to attract battery production to Slovakia, which will add more value to this region. And this will provide more added value. And subcontractors are also closely tied to this sector of the automotive industry. So the education needs to work well, and the state support needs to be intensive. So then it will be possible to improve the level of suppliers in car industry, and we can save this whole situation. So it is the classic innovation triangle. So we are talking about business, industry, entrepreneurs, private and public institutions, and university that provide human force. So this is what makes the innovation triangle. So first, business, where you can actually work. So the ideas where you create these, so the institution where you create these ideas, and people. So herein lies the responsibility. And since we are also responsible for regional development, I often talk about a modified innovative triangle, where we talk about business, industry, and services, and on the other hand, we talk about research institutions, and then, so the third point is either state or self-governing region or a city, doesn't really matter. And we have to operate in this triangle. So the state must apply restrictions, tax policies, the industry, so that the industry can actually bring innovations, and the state must also support educational institutions. And this is how it's all connected. So 2/3 of the budget is fueled into this sector. So the whole budget can go there is 0.8% of the GDP. And we must get into our conscience and make sure of this. So when to start, if not now? We are lacking behind for 10 years, and our quality of life is stagnating. So in extensive approach, we cannot produce more cars, but we must move to an intensive approach. So we must change suppliers to bring them more added value so they can also provide services for other sectors and for industrial concerns. So the vision is well outlined. It is necessary for the state and for the private sector to fulfill its role. Mr. State Secretary, I really like what you're talking about. The innovation triangle is a very popular topic, especially in East Slovakia. I have several questions when it comes to your opinion. First, even though we are talking about the fact that the willingness at all 3 points is necessary, and I will mention experience in all these 3 points. I believe that your insight helps you with this issue. So first, my question is, if the willingness exists, why doesn't it work? And the private sector says that the problem is not in them, but in the public sector. So what do you think about that? Well, I wouldn't like to give the impression that everything is perfect. I think that conceptually it is clear, but truth be told, it doesn't work. When it comes to research institutions, schools, they all talk with a different language. Ministry of Education and Economy. And in the whole government, there was no section that was able to teach these 2 points to talk in the same language. It is often caused by the fact that universities haven't really understood their mission. And this is no secret, as our political party, Za ľudí, we have told that there are 2 excellent research centers, that means Košice and Bratislava, and then we have dozens of universities with reasonable regional level, where on the bachelor level they are very well established, and they can fuel these ideas through people and bring people into industry. So this is not very well understandable sometimes. Schools only want to fulfill some academic parameters like publications, but excellent schools should also focus on innovations. These are not basic parameters. I think a huge reform is ahead of these schools, and the Ministry of Education is not yet in the quality that can bring this, but maybe we can be surprised. So we should stratify universities, and they should be also willing to invest their own budget. We have less than 50% of investment into industry. So I think we are on the way to teach them how to communicate. So I have huge expectations from the government to fuel money into industry and education.
Tento pandemický stav umožní stretnúť sa naživo, možno aj na tom východnom.
I hope that even despite this pandemic situation, we will be able to meet in Košice. I'm very sorry that I couldn't come. I had some business trip ahead. I'm very sorry I couldn't come.
Veľmi osviežujúce, musím povedať, pán štátny tajomník.
It is very refreshing to hear your constructive opinion. We are always very happy to hear this. Unfortunately, we could talk for hours and hours, but we don't have much time. So, last two questions. We've been talking about the fact that the situation should change for the better, that the added values should improve, increase, and that we should develop. And Slovakia and this region shouldn't only be the production plant or workshop. So our competitiveness is decreasing and investors are coming, but not as much as we would like. So what can we do about it? So, okay, we are also experiencing a brain drain. I think this view is very simplified. So I can imagine the centers of excellence of Košice and Bratislava to be in all regions. But Košice and Bratislava are, for me, like the Oxford and Cambridge or Munich or Berlin universities, however you want it. I think that the problem of Eastern Slovakia lies in infrastructure and the fact that the motorway hasn't still been finished, which is not understandable. It's not even funny anymore. I don't know how I should call it. We are not capable of building 400 kilometers of motorway. I think it's too long. Good luck to Košice. I hope the motorway will be finished soon. But I really like the Kesovia project, which is supported by the ministry, because it's very hard to go this way. So this is why I really like the fact that all three universities chose to join a one whole to become a one Kesovia university. And in Bratislava there will be a Bratislava university. That would be my dream, to make our system more dynamic. So this project is very interesting for me. And it could drive innovation through universities and start with added values. And through spillover, these positive cases will go further. I think this will bring great fruit. I think in maybe 5 to 10 years, this will bring great results, but we must surely take this path. And this is a chance for whole East Slovakia. So we're talking about new industries. and it's supported by the Amcham. So maybe last question. The role of the state in the support of innovation system in the whole country involves financing. So when it comes to grant schemes, we've been talking about them for several years, not in a very good way. So there is problem in using these grant schemes. So in what position are we now? So we have to look at it in terms of two stages. Approximately 8 billion are from the previous period. Since 2021, we are finishing our operational program, and so the first funds could be active next fall. And in 2027, the processes will surely facilitate. And so the whole ministry is facilitating this process. And the Ministry of Education and Ministry of Economy both have their own finances. So we are not trying to get rid of our responsibility. We are dedicated to helping this process, but it is necessary for the Ministry of Economy and the Ministry of Education to take their responsibility, because when it comes to legislation, they are responsible for research and innovation. In Ministry of Investment, it's just a small segment that we adhere to when it comes to regional innovations. But these two ministries are responsible for reconsidering their functioning. So I don't want to criticize my coalition partners, but this is also what research agencies and the technical agencies says. So we can't really discuss this into much detail, but thank you for your time. I will look forward to our more intensive collaboration, hopefully in person, and hopefully without face masks. So we are looking forward to our collaboration, and thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much. Thank you for your invitation. We can sometimes have coffee. You know, the road from Bratislava to Košice is the same as from Košice to Bratislava. So, whenever we can go here, and I wish you good luck. And thank you very much. We've been saying that it's not very funny, but there is a sort of a motorway leading to Bratislava. So thank you for the interview. In a short time, we are going to have the first panel discussion. So thank you. Welcome again at our first panel discussion called Sustainability and the Need for Responsible Leadership. We are looking to respond to several questions about the state of society in Slovakia, and especially how to activate responsible leadership in Slovakia. So let me introduce our interviewees. So first, Mrs. Barbora Rusiňáková. She's the director of PKO Prešov and Open Lab in Bratislava. And you will also talk about your experience from Denmark, so thank you for your invitation. Mr. Jaroslav Grygar, who is a senior HR manager in Whirlpool and also an executive director. And Mrs. Martina Kolesárová, who is a managing director and co-director of the Pontis Foundation. So thank you for your time. Hello, thank you for the invitation. Since we only have 45 minutes for this interesting discussion, we will go quickly to the questions. So Martina, we have a very nice opportunity to learn about the current state of the society from first hand. So you have been working on the research. So can you tell us something about it, about responsible entrepreneurship? So it is a complex question. First, I would like to start with the fact that with what it actually means to have responsible business. So we often talk about supporting communities and philanthropy, but we must know that responsible entrepreneurship concerns corporate strategy and collaboration of the corporation with its employees, as well as other stakeholders, such as supply chains, customers. And if I could summarize this in the current situation of COVID-19, and not after the pandemic. Unfortunately, we are not going through easy times, but the state of companies is based on other institutions, is quite okay when it comes to compared to other institutions. Because responsible entrepreneurship and decisions are on their everyday work basis. Even small decisions in companies are important, and they are closely linked to the public administration and the link for employees. At the same time, we are in a situation that, according to the latest Globsec data, people don't trust institutions. Actually, 75% of people believe that the government is not dealing well with the pandemic situation. And we are having a misinformation pandemic. So in companies, we see that the pressure on companies when it comes to their leadership is also huge in this context. We need ambassadors of rationale of reason in companies. And when it comes to your question, when it comes to the current research, we were collaborating with the research agency Focus in what people think responsible entrepreneurship means and what are their expectations towards companies. And so I have some notes here. I don't remember exact data, but people were supposed to choose what responsible entrepreneurship means. Firstly, it was healthy working conditions. So you now can see actually the expectations of most employees. And another important aspect was responsibility, and so we now see that it is necessary for companies. And in several studies, this has appeared as on the first place as the most important aspect. And the next aspect that our citizens considered important when it comes to responsible entrepreneurship was the balance of work life and personal life. So, in my opinion, but also according to the information that we receive, this could also be affected by the pandemic, by the fact that people had to stay at home. And this brought also negative, not only negative, but also positive aspects. And people realized how family time is important for them. So, in brief, so our priorities changed. People are more susceptible to make decisions based on their personal values. Jaro, we have a unique employer here, and officially awarded by the award of the employer of 2019. Martina mentioned that the trust in entrepreneurship is increasing while it is decreasing for the public sector. So what do you think about this? So I can talk about the research results, and when it comes to responsible entrepreneurship, is important for us for decades, because Whirlpool will celebrate its 30th anniversary in Slovakia. It is very important for us, for employees to feel safe, engaged, and motivated. And we have a well-developed policy of responsible entrepreneurship where we involve all levels of employees. So we deal with it centrally and globally, since we are a US company. But we have had many experiences. What is the most important thing for us is safety at workplace. It is the #1 priority for us. The employee must come home in one piece, and he must feel safe. So safety is important in every aspect. But not only in our production plants, but especially at home. And we are trying to communicate with our employees even in these pandemic times. So there are some workers that have been at home for 2 years. And we try not to lose contact with them and to keep them all their benefits from the workplace also in their homes. But you wish that they will come back. Yeah, I surely wish that. We are setting a deadline for the 1st of January, so I really hope that the situation will come back to normal. And so that we will produce washing machines not from home, but from the production plants. So let's continue with Barbora. Your life story is very interesting. I would like to hear more about it. So you wanted to study in Denmark, Prešov, Denmark, Copenhagen. These are a bit different worlds. So what we want to hear is about your experience, but also how your departure and return happened. So you conducted, you dealt with Open Lab for several years, and with your colleagues in Sapie. So what motivated you to return from Copenhagen to Slovakia and then back to Prešov? So thank you very much. So I like how you called it that the return to Prešov was more dramatic. I really agree with it. I worked abroad for 5 years in Denmark. I had an interesting job. But at one moment, a higher decision caused that, okay, in my team where I worked with, with some 130 people, we had to let some employees go. And that's when I realized what is important for me, even though that the work was well paid, it was secure, I had many benefits, I really started missing mission and purpose, and why I actually work. So when a young person wants to work, he's willing to work a lot, and he starts thinking about for whom and why. And I was approached by a non-profit organization that tried to contact people who left Slovakia to come back home, and so I joined the SAPIE organization. And I started working on something that had the potential for development of a country that I consider to be my mother country. And you didn't really leave this country, even despite the kilometers away. So also when it comes to your work in Denmark, can you talk about your experience in Copenhagen in terms of music? Yes, I'm a folk musician, and I try to stay in contact with this culture because my experience was a bit better than those of colleagues who actually played in these kind of folklore groups. So I try to support these folklore ensembles, and we in Hanušovice we collaborated with some other musicians from South Korea. And I was happy that I could actually help some children get abroad where they maybe couldn't have gone alone. So I assume there was a big difference between the Bratislava company and the Copenhagen company. Yes, I truly consider this to be a dramatic return because my values changed. And also because I joined the public sector, which is a very specific area. And considering that the public sector is local in a relatively small cities, it is very specific. So I consider my return very positively, and I'm very happy to see so many people returning to Prešov. People are coming back, and not in huge numbers, but when it comes to the question of family and building stable place. I'm very happy for people that return to Košice and to Prešov. And some people didn't actually leave due to their beliefs. But there are some positive deviations, islands of positive values, even in the city of Prešov. What are the reasons of the return of you and of those other people? I was looking for a purposeful job in culture, which is essential for me and most attractive for me. It was not really a family situation for me. I was looking for some purpose where I can contribute with my experience and with my skills. And locally you can actually see the results from day to day. When it comes to values, which are maybe new for some in Eastern Slovakia, I would like to ask Martina, what kind of society are we today and what kind of society do we want to be? So what are the differences between Bratislava and the Eastern Slovakia? It's not very simple, especially if you look at the current situation. We cannot avoid pessimism. We are a hurt society and divided society. As Barbora said, a part of our job is to search for islands of positive deviation. But I would say there are so many islands like these. We are leading a platform, a business leaders forum, where we have almost 50 responsible companies that employ thousands of employees. And we try to support innovators in the citizen society. So sometimes I'm wearing pink glasses, I can say. The pandemic has led to not only health consequences, but also to greater consequences for the social and economic situation. So we need to focus on these. This is the most important thing for us. So this is the response to the question, what kind of society we want to be. So I think that if we want to get out of this situation as victors, and with dignity, we have to scrutinize the consequences of pandemic that are here and those that have actually worsened. Because some of these problems have been actually here before. So these includes problems in our approach to education, or the issue of homelessness, or access to health care. So we need to scrutinize these areas. And maybe I will return to one point that I mentioned when it comes to companies, which are very responsible in this pandemic crisis. And many reacted to acute problems caused by the pandemic. But we are still trying to emphasize that we must look at problems that have been here for a long time, which are systematic and which are complex and are not dealt with and cannot be dealt with easily. And this is where we have to join our forces. You have mentioned that COVID has changed our values. So which values have actually changed? What did the pandemic reveal? We can come back to the study that I mentioned. We want to return to the basic values that require a good balance between work life and personal life. I think this is one of the things that we are seeing. In the early days of the pandemic, I used to say that we are trying to be we are trying to work solidarily. But there is a small trend of an increased trust towards employees, because the company sector was conservative when it comes to working from home and the trust to their employees. And here the pandemic has actually affected this situation. So I believe this positive change will remain. I don't want to really talk about Whirlpool being one of these companies, but I think globally, I think Slovak companies used to be kind of conservative. So government is bad, the employer is good. So the government takes from us and restricts, and employers actually allow us to do things. So this is probably one perspective on the thing. Jaro, let's come to you. You were talking about society, about what kind of society we want to be, and how diverse the society is in Slovakia. And so you are also trying to change the society. And so what do you think the role of the private sector should be in this change? We don't try to be proactive, but really preventative. So especially when it comes to employment of marginalized groups, we employ 21%. 21% of our employees are from these marginalized groups. But yes, also this pandemic has shown that this was a good take. And so we try to get our employees to work through various types of employment. So it's also about stability, to create good conditions for all employees. And the positive integration from the beginning has shown us that the direction and raising awareness that it is possible. Yes, this is the direction that we want to take. The annual increase of employing marginalized groups is 2%. Production lines haven't stopped despite the pandemic, despite the fact that we have employees in various areas. Most employees are at work, at the workplace, despite the pandemic. And the engagement has actually increased. We are measuring engagement quarterly, and the satisfaction of employees and the satisfaction with the benefits. And a union organization has helped us sign a long-term contract. And this is an example of the fact that it is possible to work even in a crisis. And yes, that it is true, we can say that employee is more important for us because employees, there is always smaller number of employees. But we decided to build a training center where we train all of our employees. Not only because we want to be an example, but because we really need to work well at the labor market and improve in the Slovak labor market. So this is a message from us, from our industrial park in Poprad. It is not no longer only about production lines, but it is also about positions with added value. And their number is increasing. So we would like to show this example to conservative companies.
Tie krôčiky tam sú, je výborné, že sa hovoríme o 21% teda minority, ktorá
took about 20% of the minority that has been creating the Whirlpool trademark. So there are even people out of the 21% that develop laundry machines from home. So 7 years ago, we started with certain hygienic measures, and we try to educate our employees. We try to help them in any way we can. but it's about continuous education. Because there haven't been many things done with this group of people, but we try to give everyone the opportunity. Sure, it takes time, but you know, some of our employees finish their high schools or even their primary schools. But if we take a person out of the so-called ghetto, and that's the result of our work. So if a company systematically works with these people, with this group, and if the opportunities are equal, then it is real, actually. So this is a very beautiful example of leadership. Yes, that's amazing. Good luck with that. Barbora, we talked about leadership with positive change. So your chief motivation when coming to Prešov was to lead a change. So what were your expectations and what is the reality? So how easy or how difficult it is to drive the change in Prešov? So this is basically my first month back in Prešov. And then I found out that if I actually want to achieve something, then my expectations need to reflect the reality. So a young person, I was very fortunate to live in a country like Denmark, and I found out that my personal beliefs weren't worth anything in my current circumstances. So people here can't really understand the mindset that I had coming back. And I realized that if I want to make the change, I need to understand my environment. I think I've been fairly successful in that. I haven't let go of my ideals, but I am not so set on them anymore. And I know that I need to react to my circumstances. And I am very lucky to have the people and my colleagues at PKO that can actually listen and want to drive the change in the town. And we have an ever younger collective. And each person is basically an opportunity to grow the company and to change the town. But I have to create the discussion, not just force unnecessary changes. I'm a believer of making long-term changes. So we need to start something and kind of believe that in 5 years it might happen. And at PKO, we can accumulate, or we believe that we can actually take small steps towards the change.
A myslím si, že asi to nemá byť ani pomenované ako revolúcia, ale skôr ako nejaký
I don't think it should be called revolution, but a gradual progress.
Častokrát to má takú negatívnu konotáciu.
We like to compare ourselves with Košice, but it can be negative as well. So, for example, we can't catch up to 15 years of cultural development. For example, when Košice was the capital, the cultural capital of Europe, because Prešov hasn't had these opportunities.
Z môjho pohľadu je to častokrát
Well, my question was about creating these opportunities. And, well, I think that it's almost an accidental cooperation of the right people in the right place. So we know that in 2013, the race was very close between Košice and Prešov. And I like to think about what it would have done to Prešov. But the result made it that we need to deal with our situation in Prešov, and we need to take small steps and try to find connections to cooperate. So maybe even in Eastern Slovakia, if I can generalize, we don't really grasp the term of cooperation. In abroad, cooperation is the main factor in progress. Because here in Slovakia, people are usually used to relying on cooperation when it's too late. But I think it's also about trust between the actors here. So, as the mayor said, we need to cooperate and talk to people, communicate, even listen to an opposing opinion. And it is hard to listen to, let's be honest. But I really wouldn't like Košice to see Košice lose in 2013. I think it did a lot of good for Košice. It's interesting to see the view from Prešov, or someone that can actually be envious of Košice, because I think there's still a lot of work to be done here. So what is the role of the creative industry when it comes to change in society? This is a pretty general question. So I would say that we just need to build these bridges and try to create opportunities for a higher quality of life. Because people need a good job, but they also need proper opportunities what to do in their free time. But if we would specify this question for Prešov, I am sure that we need to start with cooperation on a local level. So a public institution needs to have good relationships with private companies, as well as with civil organizations. And it also needs to build trust with the society on a local level. I think this is often underestimated, to look at how the connections can influence development on the local level. I think Martina can add to this, since Pontis is involved in these sort of local cooperations. So I have to agree with Barbora, but I also need to add that we should support this local leadership. But of course, cooperation between cities or between regions is very important. So we have a lot of projects in Pontis through which we try to give forward the know-how that we have. And it's also very important to identify and look for people who are very open community leaders that can then pass on our ideas and we can support them.
Niekedy panujú možno niekedy až také antipatie a ja
There's
ako východniarka, rodina,
sort of
síce momentálne bývajúca v
antipathy
Bratislave,
towards cooperation, because, you know, there are maybe people in Bratislava don't like it when Easterners come with ideas, but I think we should be open to something that has been proved to work.
Úmyslami a so snahou akoby podporiť a priniesť možno niečo nové. Takže práve tá taká ako keby aj spolupráca na tej národnej úrovni a identifikácia tých
cooperation on a national level and the identification of these peers is very important to make the change easier on the local level.
Prinášajú tí ľudia z Bratislavy, tak s tým jedným ICčkom denne už veľmi málo, teda dokážu priniesť.
So yeah, as you talked about Jaroslav, with the one train a day, it's quite hard to bring anything in here. Can you talk a bit about the concept of social innovations a bit? So, social innovation are innovations that should bring a better product or a better model of work, but most importantly, react. So, a social innovation begins with a problem and a good identification of the problem. So the best social innovations in Slovakia are created when it comes to Roma communities. Outside we have actually the best innovators here in the east of Slovakia. For example, we heard about what Whirlpool is doing, which is absolutely amazing. But we also have people that are very connected with this problem and with the community. But I don't think it's just a problem of marginalized group, but we had it since 2015 where we mapped social innovators, and now we have more than 200 of them here in the east of Slovakia. And whether that is in the area of culture, but even in the social area, and so on.
Naozaj dá sa, máme ľudí, ktorí sú aktívni už je len na nás.
So we have active people, but then it's up to us and the state and the firms to support these people. So for all our listeners, you can ask questions through Slido. Even right now, you can see the hashtag through which you can ask your questions. So it's EIC 2021. So we talk about innovations, social innovations here in Slovakia. But Jaroslav, you are not just a social innovator. You are a strong voice when it comes to being responsible towards the environment. Can you talk about some of this initiative? Again, this is a global initiative, but it can be local as well. Again, it's something that came from us. We are very concerned with protecting the environment. We have our standards and our norms, and we want to bring the emissions down to zero by the year 2030. So even this knowledge is important for us, and we have been very active in teaching our employees how to protect the environment. So we've been going to primary schools and we try to teach the students not to waste food. And it's a very playful method. And the results we evaluate with our colleagues show that the Slovak projects are some of the best and maybe even the funniest, because schools create various projects and the kids try really hard, and they even teach their parents on how to do the shopping, for example. Of course, we are getting ready for a huge change. So our factory won't be this sort of brown field. And we hope that the Poprad factory will be green very soon. So our vision is to bring the emissions down to 0 by 2030. Wish you good luck with that.
Tešíme sa. Barbora, začneme možno takým kolečkom poslednej otázky.
Barbora, we are going into the last round, I think.
Ako budovať zodpovedné líderstvo?
So, how should we build responsible leadership in Slovakia? So, the key word for me here is education. If we teach kids that they are the ones that can make an impact and they can change things. They are the ones whose opinions matter. They are the ones that can actually create something. I think this can be very impactful on the next generation. I also think that it's key for those who can make a change to actually support these leaders and to talk to them. And on the question of how, I think it will be just through sharing good examples. For example, through awards and different communication channels, try to show the good examples and lead the society towards these successful stories. Thank you. Martina? I have to completely agree with education and supporting the youth. I might just add to what Barbora said. We had a piece of research that had alarming results, and our children were on the bottom ranks of the research. And this goes into the expectations that we have on our children and how we treat them during the education process. They are not allowed to be the initiators of change. And that makes it very hard. And since this is an East Innovation Conference, it will be difficult for us to build a network of innovators. Because if the base will be small, it will be very difficult to create important innovations. I'll just add that it's important to inspire people and to bring them into the project. And the project is called This is 2021. And I think Jaro was on the lecture as well. And the goal is for leaders in business to come back so that to get business leaders back to secondary schools. And the goal is to motivate young people, even if they are in Humene or in Senina. There are people that have been in their places.
And it doesn't mean to be just the top and the most successful abroad, but to be satisfied with your own life, with its direction, and to be able to change things. Thank you very much, Martina, and I would like to give the final word to Jaro. So I will just add because we are talking about the local talk and employees. I think when it comes to employees, volunteership should be talked about, values should be shared, and I think it is necessary for employees to become a part of the community and to get involved. So this is just one of the examples of showing a good example in the community over the whole Slovakia. Thank you very much for this fruitful conversation that we had today. We are going to continue with it over the next few hours. And there is much to say for this topic. I would just like to briefly summarize what we have said today, that the change must come in small steps. We must be patient. We cannot give up. We have to highlight positive examples, and not only highlight them, but also to be active and to be an active driver of this change, to work with the youth. And also, it is important to let young positive leaders to get in charge and do the change. What I really liked was cultivating positive destinations, positive islands of positive deviation. It was a very fruitful discussion. I'm looking forward to our collaboration outside of this conference, behind the camera. And we are going to talk about the development of this cooperation. Right now, thank you very much to our guests. And I have the great honor to welcome two very special speakers from abroad, and two Estonian speakers. The first is a CEO of Timbeter, Mrs. Anna-Greta Tsahkna, and a founding partner of United Angels VC and a Civita founder, Mr. Riivo Anton. Peter Kolesár will be the moderator of the panel.
It's a great pleasure to have you here today. The virtual stage is all yours.
Thank you, Martin, and thank you, Anna-Greta, for joining us here in this virtual studio. Can we hear and see each other?
Yes, I can see you very well, and thank you very much for having me.
Excellent. All right, thank you for coming, and the floor is yours.
Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be part of this great event, and hereby I would like to share the story of Timbeter and how we help companies to become more sustainable in their operations with the help of artificial intelligence. So I'm the founder and CEO of Timbeter. We started the company already back in 2013 and launched our solution globally in 2016. And I must say that when we started with the idea of our solution that the timber measurement should be easily done with the help of a smart device, then I would say that the sustainability wasn't really a topic as it is now. And of course, what I see is that luckily we have catched the train, so to say, on the right time. And now everything what has been lately discussed also, for example, at COP26, it is something that we can contribute a lot. So I hope that my slides will start moving, but nevertheless, so just to give you an understanding what our solution does is that any person or company can easily download our application, make a picture of the pile or the container or the truck, and instantly get the number of logs, the volume, and the total and diameter of each and every log. So one who is not really familiar with the forestry sector might wonder, so why is it important? But the problem is that the forestry sector, which is highly conservative and having really long traditions, tend to be very non-transparent in its operations. And therefore, any number of the volumes or timber-related statistics tends to be pretty vague. Of course, it is a problematic that the methodologies used in the forestry sector are basically from the medieval times sometimes, and none of this kind of innovative approaches are being used, even though there are technologies available. And I think why the kind of development of the use of new innovative technologies is slow is that the sector itself tends to be highly conservative. And I think when we started with our development, then our main goal was to speed up the operations done on the field. And what we really did is that each and every measurement was conducted in less than 2 minutes compared to the usual 45 minutes. But pretty quickly, we understood that actually this kind of speed of operations is only one of the benefits what we are bringing to the table, because the main benefits lie on the transparency, being able to track all the volumes throughout the supply chain, guaranteeing the fair trade transactions, and also having the digital evidence about each and every trade transactions are actually the components what we bring to the table and therefore enable more sustainable forestry management. Yes, I have to tell organizers that I still cannot get my slides moving, and therefore I'm not trying to stay on the first slide, but just simply nothing moves. And I think one of the best examples what we have from our clients is, for example, the CMPC from Latin America. They are one of the largest timber corporations in Latin America. They have been using our solution since 2017. And what they have given us as an indication of the benefits, what this kind of digital solution is bringing on the table is, first of all, the transparency. Secondly, better control of the whole supply chain. Thirdly, the digital data that enables to plan any logistics, sales, or production activities in a much better manner. Fourthly, of course, the safety of the employees, as unfortunately timber sector tends to be having high number of accidents, then giving the safer working conditions for the employees is also very, very important. Total savings throughout the use of the solution has brought them return on investment for more than 11.5 times. So in overall the country, they managed to save $1.2 million. And last but not least, they managed to save more than 100 tons of spray paint, because what they used to do is that they marked the diameters of each and every log with a spray paint to the logs. And as they had everything now done in the digital mode, there was no need to mark the diameters anymore. So I'm very honored to work with the company CMPC, because they are also one of the forerunners of forestry groups initiatives achieving the sustainable development goals. So what we clearly see is that transparency is not something everybody likes, but every company who really highly values the sustainability topics see also the opportunity in the use of new technologies rather than problems. And I think this is also kind of really separates companies from each and other, is that some of them are really ready to be the pioneers in implementing the new technologies, and of course are the biggest winners because they really can contribute to the development and also ask for their requirements. And the other ones are simply the followers who will start really like using the technology after all their neighbors are already using. So that makes a clear distinction between the nature of the companies and who are the winners and who are the followers, so to say. And but I think what is also really important that also here in Estonia we talk really a lot about the green change. And I see that the digital tools are the ones who are allowing to make this green change in a very smooth way. So the goal would be to use as much as possible the new technologies and not to see the green turn as a problem or something very costly, but rather something that each and everyone can be part of and can benefit from. But being a technology entrepreneur, I must say that even though the new technologies exist on the market, then everything still depends on the people and on the processes. And it's all about either the political level or the CEO level in the companies who make the decisions so things can start happening. And it's very often that we see that the benefits are, so to say, clear-cut, but still there's a lot of resistance, so to say, making the decisions. So if there is no clear commitment from the managerial level or the political level, then technology will not be implemented as it should be. So my kind of message to all the listeners is that be open, be innovative, and don't be afraid of making decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna-Greta. Thanks a lot for your presentation. Apologies for the technical difficulties with the slides. At least we could focus maybe more on the content of what you were saying. But your personal story is equally interesting. I mean, you studied at the University of Tartu. You were a marketing executive for a long time, and then you went into a very conservative business with a new tech, male-dominated business, I would say, heavily politicized. And I was struck by this story when we first met in the city of Tartu at an Estonian Business Angel networking event, actually. But so being a female executive of an Estonian tech startup in this heavily politicized and conservative sector, what would you consider as the biggest barrier to entry in this sector for a new technology like Timbeter?
I would say that this is a mindset issue, and unfortunately there are still people who kind of are not ready to change. And what we also see that the markets really differ from each other. So it's much more easier to operate, for example, on Latin American market to compare to Europe. And when it comes to the Europe as well, the problem is that it's really highly regulated, which kind of is a showstopper for the new technologies to be used on the market, because the legal framework is not in place, but also then you don't have the regulators of the market who are interested to put this legal framework to place and let the new technologies operate. So in a sense, it's much more easier to go to this kind of wild markets and really address the problem and really see and think what are the maximum capabilities of using the solution. And what we also see that not everyone is really interested in the transparency or efficiency. So you always kind of have to clearly address the possible benefits to each and every stakeholder, because I really truly believe that this kind of transparency can be achieved only in cooperation between the public and the private sector. Otherwise, there will always be, for example, one against the other, and there are no results. So this kind of innovative use of technologies has to go hand in hand with the public and private partnership.
Estonia is a small country, but with a very well-functioning startup ecosystem. Of course, Tartu is the second biggest city in Estonia, just like Košice, where this conference is virtually taking place. But how have you in Timbeter benefited from the Estonian ecosystem, from the support of other founders, of plenty of angel investors that might have supported you in the process? What is the maybe single most important thing that you benefited personally and as a company from?
I think Estonia is definitely very lucky to have all the different startups operating as a part of the ecosystem. And I definitely feel the support on a daily level, because whenever there's some issue or question popping up, it's very easy to simply write to the founders Slack and get the answers. So we will always get the answers to any random questions, whether it's how to open up a branch in Brazil or how to get some contact from what kind of company. So definitely, I think we are all inspired by the good examples, what we have here in Estonia. And I'm also very happy that all these success stories are really kind of committed to help the other companies also to succeed.
You are bringing transparency and responsibility in the wood sector. But my last question would be how to activate responsible leadership, let's say, across the society, across the business sector.
Well, I think it's a $1 million question, actually. So if I would knew it, my life would be so much easier. But overall, I think that success stories inspire. And also at the same time, everybody is concerned about the forestry sector, especially in Brazil. So you see that you need to be partnering up with the people who are really willing to make the change. So they are not just enjoying being part of the process or talking about what can be done and why it cannot be done, but actually take a risk and make things happen. So I think this is a key element. And I always say that looking back also for the digital development of Estonia, everything started from the political decisions.
Your presence here at the East Innovation Conference in 2021. I appreciate your time, appreciate your answer, and appreciate your presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And next in line in our TEDx-like speeches and presentations will be Riivo Anton, who is the co-founder of Innovation and Management Advisory Civita. I'm also a partner in Civita, but the Slovak branch. But Riivo is also a very active angel investor. He's also a co-founder of United Angels VC. He is probably one of the most active angel investors in Estonia, invested in startups like Bolt, Verif, Starship, or Moniz. And he's also a collector of modern art, not only in Estonia, but outside. Riivo Anton. Riivo, welcome to Košice. Can we hear and see each other?
I can hear you. I can see you. Hello.
Excellent. Great to have you here, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Really pleasure being here. I'm calling in from Estonia, Tallinn, just as Anna-Greta a few minutes ago. And for those who haven't been in Estonia, you know, it's a place which you would not like to actually visit because of the weather, because we have a lot of dark time, a lot of wind, a lot of rain. But, you know, somehow, I guess, all of this has worked for our benefit because we have a very lively startup ecosystem. And my today's talk will focus on how this ecosystem looks like, and maybe give a bit of overview why I think that we have been lucky to have been building something that seems to be working pretty well. Maybe a couple of words about myself. As Peter told, my primary focus right now is tech investments. I've been doing early stage tech investments for the past 12 years. maybe have invested into more than 50 companies. Around 40 of them are still alive. Number of them sold, number of them written off. I started off 12 years back as an angel investor, but now for the past 4 years, I've been running my own institutional investment fund called United Angels VC, and we focus mainly on B2B SaaS concepts, but actually also look into some other tech areas. As Peter said, one unicorn so far in our portfolio, but many ones hopefully in the making. So really excited about the tech portfolio we have built over the years. But without further ado, into the main subject of today. So how does the Estonian ecosystem really look like? So for those that are new to Estonia, Estonia has a population of 1.3 million, and we have now something like 1,000 to 1,200 startups, which supposedly is actually the highest number per capita in the world. And around 1% of all the people who can work or should work are working in those tech startups of Estonia. And this is something like around 6,500 persons out of the 650,000 people on the labor market. Actually, the startups give like 3% of the Estonian GDP, which is more than agriculture, for example, which is also a huge sector here. But what is most important maybe is that actually the tech sector in Estonia is constantly growing at 20 to 30% per year, which means that in 8 years' time, this sector might give around 30% of the Estonian GDP, and maybe employ around 10% of the total volume of the labor market. Of course, the mathematicians might say that, right now we only have 1% working there and 99% are working somewhere else. And even if the growth really carries on, still like 2/3 of the people would be working somewhere else. But I think, the general impact that this can create also to other sectors is really huge. I think the surveys show that every single tech position brings around another 4 to 6 positions in other sectors. So I really feel that we are now here in Estonia on edge of something really great. And let me try to maybe give you some ideas why I believe it is so, and what have been the key factors really bringing those changes. So first of all, I think it's the most important thing when building an ecosystem is building sustainable relationships. The photo that you're looking at right now is actually a map that was presented last week on an exhibition that celebrated 30th anniversary of the Estonian nation, or Estonia as we call it. And this photo, or kind of like a map, it tries to map all the people that are somehow connected to the tech sector, either as founders, investors, or key employees. And interestingly enough, no person on this map, and there are maybe like around 50 to 100 people, are more far away than one step from each other. So, they're all somewhat connected through someone else. And this really is something that I guess brings, the true relationships into the play. And in Silicon Valley, actually, this group of people is called Estonian Mafia, which might be quite a good parallel because it somewhat is so well connected and so unified when trying to represent Estonia and build a tech scene here. Carrying on, what I have maybe learned as an investor, but also when looking at the Estonian relative success in building the ecosystem, is that good things take time. Average holding period of early stage investment is maybe like 7 to 10 years, and as told before, Estonian e-nationality or the e-governance is now celebrating its 30th anniversary. So really, you need patience to build something like this and to really see the fruits of the work done. Another important sort of like principle is that there should be no prejudice. And what do I mean by that? I don't know, many of you might know the guy on the presentation. This is Markus Villig, founder of Bolt. And actually, he was a school kid when when he founded the company. And I actually learned the rule no prejudice in a hard way, because I think I missed 3 times opportunity to be like a very early investor or like maybe the first investor in Bolt. I was able to invest quite early, but much later than some of the other investors. And one of the reasons actually was that I felt that no school kid can really compete Uber, but later, of course, Markus proved me wrong, and I guess I fell into being victim of my own prejudice. But how I think Estonia has really benefited out of this principle is that if we return to this map, we see that actually the centerpiece of our ecosystem is Skype. And some of you might know the story of Skype, which is that actually 2 Scandinavians, a Danish person and a Swede, came to Estonia in late 90s. And they invited 4 Estonian guys to join Skype as technical co-founders. And, those people, those Scandinavians, they didn't have the prejudice about Eastern Europe or, ex-Soviet countries. They felt that, this place is as good as any or better to really build a strong technical team to change the world. And I think it has been really sort of like a crucial point for Estonia to be open to foreigners who could come here without, any second thoughts and really work together with the locals. Another example here is like Playtech, which is another Estonian unicorn, which was actually founded by an Israeli guy who came also in the end of the 90s to Estonia and met with his technical co-founders who were Estonians here in Estonia. So I think these people really were, not having second thoughts, not, exercising prejudice. They just came in and were brave enough to establish tech companies at the time when maybe some other more developed, some other business people from more developed countries saw Estonia as maybe a relatively less developed and a shady place because of its Soviet background. Anyway, going on the same note, diversity seems to be another key to a strong ecosystem. As explained, our maybe like cornerstones of many of our cornerstones of the ecosystem are actually co-founded by foreigners who have been traveling to Estonia and who have made friends here. And out of my own investment portfolio, I see that the companies that are now, maturing into phases of Series A, Series B fundraising, Series C fundraising, none of them really have Estonian only or men only or female only managements. All of them are actually very diverse in terms of their management teams. And I believe really that this is also one of the reasons of their success. Of course, when building something might be going wrong as well. There will be mistakes, there will be write-offs, and I also think that the relative mistakes made here in Estonia when building companies or even the ecosystem, these have been considered as assets for the future in the sense that when you don't waste your mistake and you learn from it, it really becomes an asset. And I think a lot of people here feel that way, and this has also contributed really a lot into building the ecosystem. So to sum it up, I really feel that trying to build something big, it always requires good relationships between the people, and the more diverse the team, the better. So the diversity and in terms of age, nationality, religion, gender, whatever, this is really an advantage in the tech. And of course, you need to be patient to really see the results. Good things take time. And I also see that it's not it is a bad thing to waste the mistakes. So I would recommend not to waste the mistakes, try to learn from them and really make them into assets. Thank you.
Thank you, Riivo, very much. We have a few questions on Slido that I would like to ask. You can keep your answers as short as you want, but I will start with the role of the public sector in creating a functioning startup ecosystem. And the question is, what is the most important thing that the Estonian government is doing to support the innovative transformation of the Estonian economy? What is the single most important thing that the government is doing, in your opinion?
Yes, I think right now it's education. So I think that Estonian government is putting quite a bit of attention to education, and this is really helping us. However, when looking into history, I think there are a couple of things that have been like cornerstones from the public sector into this development. One is the educational reform in the 90s that brought broadband connection to every single school. But of course, nowadays this is like a standard thing. But the other thing was introducing the electronic identity quite early on to Estonia, which actually served as an infrastructure for all of the e-services here. And really, I think that was a huge innovation globally at the time, and it's still like serving its purpose. There are only two things in Estonia that you can't do electronically. This is getting married and getting a divorce. All of the other things you can do online.
Obviously, Estonia is a success story, but when you either personally or you as a country look up to other successful ecosystems, which country or local ecosystem are you looking up to as an example or inspiration for Estonia?
Yeah, I think it might be individual. Of course, we have been inspired by US and Silicon Valley, but maybe nowadays we are quite fond of Israeli ecosystem, but also maybe some of the Scandinavian countries. I think Sweden and Finland are also having equally good ecosystem, but I'm personally actually very inspired by what's happening now in Lithuania, for example, because I see that Lithuania now has also like a couple of unicorns, and I think the things that happened here in Estonia, like maybe 3 to 5 years back, are now happening in Lithuania. So I think this will be another huge hub for tech.
Mm-hmm. And one last question to conclude our conversation with. You've seen pitch decks of hundreds, if not thousands of startups invested in some of them. The question is, what is the single most important feature that you saw in those startups that determines the success of a startup?
Yeah, I'm looking at maybe at 300 to 1,000 decks every year. And the success is always a combination of a team, product, and market opportunity, whereas the team, of course, is always the most important one. If you have a good team, you can solve, a opportunity that maybe isn't that attractive. If you have a bad team, the opportunity might be attractive, but it never realizes. That is my sort of lesson, I guess.
Great. Riivo, thanks a lot for being with us here virtually in Košice. I hope we'll be able to host you physically if the situation with COVID improves. But thank you for spending the time with us.
Thanks, Peter. Good luck. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we will turn to a panel discussion. And the topic for the panel discussion is responsibility for the future of Košice tech industry. Welcome back to the studio. We will now talk about the future of the Košice tech industry with three distinguished guests. This is a hybrid panel, so we have a guest physically with me in the studio, and we have two guests who are connecting online. And I will start the introduction of the panelists who are joining us online first. And the first one is Andreas Truls, Managing Director of Deutsche Telekom IT Solutions, Slovakia. Andreas, welcome.
Hi, good afternoon. Thanks for having me here.
Thanks for coming. The second panelist joining us online is Balík, Director General, Innovations, Strategic Investments and Analysis, Hub. This is the name of the section, and then the name of the ministry is Ministry of Investment, Regional Development and Informatization of the Slovak Republic. Peter, welcome, and did I say it correctly?
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me. Yes, it was perfectly correct.
Excellent. And last but not least, also physically sitting next to me is TOmáš Bell, partner at Vision Ventures. TOmáš, great to have you with me here in the studio.
Thank you for invitation.
So the discussion today, I want to, of course, focus on kind of the diagnostics or diagnosis of what's going on in Košice when it comes to innovation, innovation-related kind of elements of the local economy, but also looking forward, what needs to be done, what's already going on, and what things and factors should we and stakeholders in Košice focus on to secure a bright future for the local tech industry. As you all know, both viewers and panelists, Slovakia is not doing well at all in all the kind of objective indicators when it comes to rankings in European Innovation Scoreboard, when it comes to rankings of universities, and actually the difference compared to EU average is actually increasing. So our relative performance to the EU has decreased. But Košice, of course, has a legacy of it being an industrial city, of having a very strong IT industry. But looking at the situation at the local ecosystem now, what's working, what's not working, what are the main barriers, and maybe missed opportunities in the past. So I will ask my three panelists about these questions, and maybe I will start with Andreas. Andreas is coming. Of course, he's not a local person from Košice, but has been living in Košice, and I think this outside view can actually tell us a lot about how the city is doing. So I'll start with you, Andreas. What do you think are the biggest barriers, but also missed opportunities? What is the situation on the ground as you see it from your seat as the CEO and managing director of Deutsche Telekom in Košice?
Yeah, thanks, Peter. I'm happy to do so. Okay, I wouldn't say it's missed opportunities or barriers which I have observed, but I would like to share a sort of personal experience with you, and all ties back to the fact that we could do much better in terms of marketing and promoting the Košice, the regional innovation. So I started in Košice about 1.5 years ago, and of course I was aware that there are some startups and there is some innovations, but actually only after a trade mission, which I had the pleasure to join to Estonia, which we talked before in the sessions, right? I made up my mind, and I also actively reached out to these startups and to learn a bit more of the innovations we have here in the city, in the region. And my honest view is it should be the other way around. So after all, I would have expected that innovative companies will basically knock my door, kick my door, right? To show me what they can do, to ask me how they can promote that. The same I would have expected a sort of push from the technology transfer centers, perhaps a little bit from the city as well. And I think that didn't happen. And if you have listened before what the guys from Estonia said, then you can also see there is always a very strong marketing push into that. And I think that's one of the main topics where I see an area of improvement, and together as industry, as university, but also as city, as region, that's certainly something which we can work on to get better.
Thank you. TOmáš, you have been in the venture capital world. Before that, you were a corporate executive, but you are from Košice, living in Košice. Talking about the startup scene, what is the snapshot of the startup ecosystem in Košice, in Eastern Slovakia, maybe also compared to the startup ecosystem in Slovakia?
Okay, thank you for question. In my opinion, startup ecosystem in Košice is quite fragmented. What we are missing here, it's more integrated community or platform which is able to help local startups, to help them from technical point, from learning point, from business development. Because of course there are few initiatives, but all of them are a little bit fragmented. Also, what we are missing very much, it's few companies with huge success and companies which are able to give back something to the community, not only from a point of investment, but also from a point of from experiences, and very important from business development or relation. Also, based on our experiences, we are missing better communication with big corporates in Košice. Of course, I understand many of the big corporates are coming here into the Košice because of the competitive workforce, mostly from a cost perspective. But there is also a huge opportunity in the local tech companies, which are something like second level on the radar. But those companies are not so much involved in local ecosystem. But I suppose this is a huge opportunity because we are having a few quite successful development companies in tech in Košice, but they are not so much involved. And the last point is universities. Of course, we have Technipark in Technical University and Medipark in UPŠ University, but also they are working on their own small PCs, and we are missing really linkage or integration together, because what do I also believe, there is a huge opportunity in cross-industry sectors like tech, biochem, math, and so on. But there are a lot of opportunities still, but I mean, Košice ecosystem is still very fragmented and not mature. It's still quite young.
Thank you. I want to encourage all the viewers who are watching the stream to also ask questions in Slido. And the hashtag for Slido is EIC 2021 for East Innovation Conference, so EIC 2021. You can also see the hashtag on the screen now. And I will turn to Peter Balík. And I actually like that all the three angles of the three panelists that we have today are very different. So we have a kind of a corporate angle, we have the VC/startup angle, and then we have the public sector angle. And of course, in all the mature and successful startup ecosystems, and we heard it from Riivo in the previous TED Talk, in all successful startup ecosystems, the public sector and government plays a very important role. That's why you either at MIRRI or in general in the public sector, there's a huge potential to support the right things and to support the growth of the ecosystem. So when you look at Eastern Slovakia, where do you identify the main issues to be addressed by public interventions? And also based on your experience abroad, because you've worked at the European Investment Bank in Warsaw, so you have experience at looking at other public interventions being on the European level or on the national or local level. So what do you see when you look at Eastern Slovakia?
Thank you, Peter. As you mentioned, I'm representing the state administration, which probably is the weaker link when we are talking about the innovation ecosystem. And I think there is a strong will and effort to change this for the future. And when we speak about specifically the Košice region, we should not only speak about the specific region, but also about the national policies and the national attitude of the government towards innovations. And the Ministry of Investments, our ministry, is part of a very fragmented system of research, development, and innovation in Slovakia. We can also talk about other agencies and ministries which are involved in these efforts, such as the Ministry of Economy and Ministry of Education, which are all trying to do something when we are talking about innovation policy, support for the ecosystem, attracting money from various resources such as structural funds or the Recovery and Resilience Fund. However, let's say a single united voice and initiative towards supporting the innovative ecosystem in Slovakia has been missing. And hopefully the currently presented reform related to the better coordination of innovation and RDI policies, where the government office and the Prime Minister and its Chief Innovation Officer should take more responsibility, will be of benefit for our fragmented innovation support and efforts for the support of the ecosystem. So we are really hoping that the government office, with its institutionalized structure, is going to serve as a strong coordinating body across these several fragmented elements of the ecosystem, which at the end of the day should also have a direct impact on regions. And I think Košice region will also not be an exception, because besides Bratislava, when we talk about R&D and innovation, Košice is definitely the center of our focus and should also be the center of our focus, as there are basically two main centers for RDI in Slovakia, and one of them is definitely Košice. We perceive a lot of efforts, a lot of initiatives which are being born in the East, and of course we welcome these initiatives. I think our ministry is very much supportive. When I would compare what you have asked, how other nations let's say tackle problems related to the innovation ecosystem, and how, let's say, Košice is trying to do that, I would maybe bring some examples from Poland, where the focus of the RDI activities go mostly on human resources and the support for students, for PhD students, for researchers, for the support, financial support of these people, and creating the interconnections between these particular elements of the ecosystem, and less on the support of buildings, infrastructure, etc. And this has actually proved to be a more successful approach. Slovakia in the past has a lot focused on the support for infrastructure. As has been mentioned, Technicom and Medipark are good examples of these historical efforts. I wouldn't say they are the best examples, because when you compare similar initiatives here in Slovakia and in Poland, you see a lot of activity happening in Poland in these parks. You don't feel like being in a ghost city. You really feel like you are in the middle of something where disruptive and where radical innovations are happening, where and entrepreneurs and researchers meet and create their innovative products. Whereas we are aware of some limits that these science parks, for instance, in Slovakia have shown in the past. So I would say that stronger focus on human capacities and the interconnections between the various elements of the ecosystems are those particularities that we need to focus in Slovakia a bit more on.
Mm-hmm. Great, thank you. I think this is exactly what I want to ask about in this discussion: how to support the collaborations, and maybe also discuss specific projects which are in the pipeline and how they can help to create a functioning ecosystem in the future. But TOmáš mentioned one thing in his kind of diagnosis of the ecosystem right now, and that's the lack of startup corporate collaboration and kind of, I think you indicated a lack of corporate activity in trying to kind of spur and help the local startups and entrepreneur. And I'm turning to Andreas, ask him about his perception and his view on the startup corporate collaborations, on the potential of the collaborations. You mentioned that based on the potential that you see here, you would expect startups knocking on your door every day, which is obviously not happening. So what are we doing wrong in Košice that this is not happening, and what can we do differently to make these collaborations work? Because yes, in every, again, successful ecosystems, there's a very tight relationship between successful corporates locally and emerging entrepreneurs and innovators.
Yeah, I mean, let me say first that, of course, the ecosystem is universities, government, and industry, right? And I can just tell you now what we can do as an industry and how this can be used as a platform. So what are we doing as Deutsche Telekom IT Solutions Slovakia? So first of all, we actively go out and we visit startups, or sometimes we invite them to our office, right? And we did this here in Košice in the area of smart metering and holographic meetings and HoloLens training. So I guess you can connect this to the respective companies. We also invite these startups then to our nationwide meetings. So we had recently a conference with about 1,000 viewers in Bratislava. We are giving them a platform to promote their solutions, basically to show their proof of concept. So invited, for example, 2 of these startups. And I have to say they did very well. In addition, what we can do, perhaps now a little bit more difficult these days, but we can bring stakeholders from Deutsche Telekom to visit. And here for me, an important component is the look and feel of the innovative spirit, because it's for me very important also to position Košice and the region as a center of innovation within the group worldwide of Deutsche Telekom. And that's something which probably we need to wait a bit in terms of ease of the pandemic situation, but we for sure going to continue to do next year. We can actively try out. That's also something what we are doing. So we can order proof of concepts or minimum valuable products to basically collect feedback, to give feedback to the startups. And lastly, in very specific situations, we can even consider to do sort of investment as Deutsche Telekom AG. So that's what we can do. And as I said before, that's not only words. We have done that in Košice, but I think it's a push and a pull, right? So we are doing a bit now the push, and we are going actively to these companies. But I strongly recommend also to all the viewers here to change this a bit into a pull. I mean, nothing is wrong if we have a couple of startups reaching out to us, showing their solutions, discussing what kind of collaborations we can do, and at least we will be happy to entertain such kind of sessions, and we can take it from there and see what we can do further. And once again, I want to underline what I said at the beginning. I don't see that very often happening, and that is certainly something which we should do more often. We should do better.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I again want to encourage viewers to ask questions at Slido, hashtag EIC 2021. And now I want to ask about the entrepreneurship and entrepreneurial culture, because or entrepreneurial spirit, because this is in a way a cultural thing, and also related to education, also related to preference of either taking risks or being employed, fearing of failure. So there are many factors that come into entrepreneurial spirit. But entrepreneurship as such is not only related to starting a business, right? Entrepreneurship is also taking initiative, turning ideas into action, and those entrepreneurial people can become change makers in the government, in NGOs, in corporates, or starting their own successful startup that can become a unicorn. And I meet a lot of VCs frequently in Slovakia and outside of Slovakia, and what they tell me about how they see the startup ecosystem in Slovakia. Of course, we run a few accelerators ourselves here in the country. Is that the pipeline is drying up, the pipeline of startups, and part of the reason may be lack of entrepreneurship, lack of also entrepreneurial education in different parts of the educational system. So Tomáš, how can we support entrepreneurship to make sure that your fund and the follow-up fund and the follow-up on the follow-up fund has a pipeline of companies to invest in, and making sure that the funnel grows larger, and that there are those unicorns emerging at some point, just like in Estonia or Lithuania, as we heard. What can we do to support entrepreneurship, and where, in which level?
Good and difficult question. For sure, when we are talking about some vertical approach, the base is education, which is a huge challenge. And as far as I know, the Slovakian education is still, how can I say, all the traditional way of for gaining the knowledge. So there is probably a huge opportunity change a little bit principle of education, not only for learning, but also to learn how to solve problems, how to approach problems, and that the problem is a challenge itself. I think this is something which is not incorporated into the education in Slovakia right now. When I'm moving on the top of this structure, specifically here in Košice, we are still missing some successful stories and entrepreneurs in a modern way in a technological businesses which are more active into the community and giving back their knowledge, their insight, and also maybe investment. I do not suppose that investment is right now, or the amount of the money is the most critical thing in an ecosystem. As you mentioned, I agree with you. The pipeline itself is quite small, and many of those startups are recycling. Also, where I see the opportunity is specifically here in Slovakia, the terminus technical startups is mostly oriented to the young generation, to the students, to the young people, and so on. It's quite synonymous of playing, of gaming, something like that. Not serious thing, but I believe that's also based on our experiences. There is the level of the mid generation, really experienced people from a technological point, also from educational point, and also from a point of life experiences. And also there is probably a huge opportunity to more focus on those people who are probably having some ideas or some dreams, but they are still missing, how can I say, the brave to start something. So it's a mix of different things, but I agree with you that pipeline itself is quite small. And what is very important to find something between those two points and help accelerate new entrepreneurs and new ideas into the pipeline. Otherwise, we're going to have a problem in the midterm.
And I will let Peter maybe react on the question of entrepreneurship and what can we do as a country to support entrepreneurial culture across the educational system, and maybe how the public sector can help supporting entrepreneurial thinking and education, not only in the young generation, but I would say across the population.
Yes, thanks. Well, first of all, I think that our environment in Slovakia is quite heavily regulated. The business environment is quite heavily regulated, which brings us to, or counts us, Slovakia, to countries with a rather regulated market economy approach, comparing, let's say, to the UK and the US with the more liberal setup of the business environment. And I think this is also one of the main obstacles when we are talking about the entrepreneurship, and when we would like to see a bit more risk-taking and entrepreneurial culture in Slovakia, then I think we would also need to slightly adjust the regulatory environment and the institutional arrangement to be more client-friendly in terms of finance, more demand-driven, to listen to what the SMEs and the startups are lacking in the regions, to focus more on corporate governance, a more liberal corporate governance, and more liberal labor market regulations. These are all obstacles for the entrepreneurial spirit in Slovakia. So this is, I would say, my first argument, which I wanted to name on this particular question. The second one is also related to the nature of startups. I really have the impression that the Slovak startups, they are focusing on becoming rich from one day to another and not on solving real problems. Maybe also of the Slovak market. Firstly, they tend to focus a bit more on internationalization, and it's of course a bit more difficult to find demand and to find clients for Slovak startups across the border. When you talk, let's say, to the industrial players in Slovakia, and we know that industry is a very strong part of our economy, it's the backbone of our economy, and you ask the representatives of the industry about SMEs and startups, they rather smile. In worst case, they laugh. Because there is not much that these SMEs and startups can bring to them, the added value that they could offer to large industrial players. And I think this is a missing link in Slovakia. I mean, we need to create this link between SMEs and large industrial players, because they can be actually added value created for these large industry players, and there can be demand created in Slovakia for the industry based on innovative approaches and innovative products developed by young entrepreneurs and by small and middle-sized enterprises. So I would really think that this focus on the demand on the Slovak market is slightly missing when young entrepreneurs are thinking about their products, and they rather tend to focus a bit more on the cross-border possibilities, which very often, as I mentioned, is more difficult to succeed.
Thank you.
So maybe this from my side, yes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Thank you. I will tweak the question a little bit for Andreas to be kind of to include talent and talent management in general, because Slovakia prided itself of having a very skilled labor force, abundant labor force, and cheap labor force. I'm not sure which of these elements are actually still true. I don't think our experts and professionals are cheap anymore. I have doubts about the skill set compared to other location, and definitely what we are seeing is that companies are struggling to hire people. So abundance is also in question. So my question to you as a country manager of Deutsche or managing director of Deutsche Telekom would be: how are you seeing the availability of skilled labor force for your needs, and also do you see the reluctance to take risks? Do you see, obviously you have a lot of experiences from other locations and other countries. Do you see any cultural differences between, let's say, entrepreneurial mindset of young people coming to a large corporate and maybe taking initiative and trying to change things or work on their own projects?
Peter, that's I think that's at least 3 questions packed. But okay, let me take it from here. So first, I would like to start with the statement that what is certainly true, that we came here initially for the advantage of labor arbitrage. But that is a model that has worked maybe 12 years ago, 14 years ago. And currently we are facing the situation that we are looking for experts. And looking for experts also means that the labor arbitrage effect is not that important anymore. I think that's a good message for the community in principle, for the city, for the region. So second, do we find these talents? Is there an abundance of talents in the local regional market? No, certainly not. So just to throw you in some numbers here, if I just manage internal and external fluctuation, then we are looking for about 400 talents on the market a year. And if we want to grow, which is certainly our intention over the next 2 years, and we want to building up more expertise, for example, in the software development area, we're looking for another 300 experts in this area. And certainly that's something which we will not find in the city and in the region. So hence we need to go in neighboring countries. We need to see how we can bring in talents from abroad into Košice. Certainly we need to look into all over Slovakia. So that's what we are doing to fill these demands. So clearly abundance of talents, I don't think that's what we are having, right? It's rather the other way around. So when it comes to cultural differences, that's a difficult one. I may connect it to what we have been discussing before. So I see actually, and I see this strongly, of course, only in our own company, I see a lot of good ideas and I see a lot of innovative approaches, certainly. What I also observe is there's a bit of lacking in the area of how to productize this and how to commercialize that. But I guess that's okay for me, because this is where some institutions, private equity funds, also industries like us can step in and basically handhold a little bit to bring it into the direction. But that's at least an observation I have from our own company. So good ideas are there, but when it comes to commercializing them, certainly there is still some way to go. When it comes to culture, I think in Slovakia and in particular in Košice, what is a pro, but at the same time a con, is that we are very honest and very modest. And I see that there are other cultures, without naming now specific ones, which are much better in selling, sometimes to a degree that they oversell it. But I want to tie it back to what I said at the very early beginning. So marketing, promoting these offers, talking about innovation, doing the right pitches, I think that is certainly something which we need to do better and we need to do more often. And lastly, the local demand within the country versus abroad or global demand. I observe similar things, that my colleagues quite often, they rather go out and want to discuss this in Germany or in Austria or in Switzerland or in some other countries. Of course, more exotic the better. Let's talk about US, let's talk about Singapore. But matter of fact is, I think there is a demand. We just need to basically make aware of such solutions, and then we can build up these demands. And there's also some chances to basically position innovative solutions within the country. And we are trying to do that. We are trying to connect the big players, which are customers here in Slovakia, to such kind of entrepreneurs, and also show them what kind of possibilities are there. And sometimes it works and sometimes it will not work, but we still have continue trying that.
So we have now questions from the audience and from our viewers for each of you. And I will start with TOmáš. TOmáš is obviously investing in companies throughout Slovakia, but maybe if you can say a few words, or how many companies you've invested in that are from Košice. And also similar question to Riivo. I mean, I asked Riivo what is the single most important factor that determines the success of startups, but your question would be inverted. What is the single most important factor why you turn down an investment or a startup? What is a kind of a red flag? So these are two questions. How many companies, percentage-wise, from Košice in your portfolio, and why do you turn down a startup?
Right. Approximately 50% of our companies are based from Košice or related to the Košice through the through the founders. And the second question, it's very similar as from Riivo, but also I can turn it into the, let's say, negative connotation. Our fund, we are investing into the early stage, so we are really usually on the beginning. We are VC focusing on a seed investment, and in that evolutionary period of a company, the most important point from our experience is a team, because we have to have founders who are really hands-on, and they are able to turn all problems or issues and everything into the future success. And what does it mean, team? It means you have to have somebody who is really good in a tech, which is which one is important for you, relevant to you, domain expert, somebody who understands the domain which you are focusing in. For example, healthcare, so you have to have somebody who really has experience from healthcare. And last but not least, as you also, Andreas, mentioned, you have to have somebody who is good in a business itself, in a business relations, business development, marketing, and so on. And usually you have to have all these three ingredients into the core team. It doesn't mean you have to have 3 persons, it should be 2 or 4, but core team has to have hands-on experience to turn things on. That's the most important for us.
Perfect. Thank you, TOmáš. A question for Peter Balík from the audience. I will enlarge it a little bit or extend it. So there's a lot of funds coming in to Slovakia to support innovation-related projects and initiatives. You know, there's the Recovery Resilience Facility, Just Transition Fund, the new operational program for structural funds. So kind of massive amounts of money coming into the country. But the specific question from the audience is, does the government have any concrete initiatives to connect local ecosystems to support the collaboration between, say, Košice, Bratislava, Žilina, or Banská Bystrica? Or Horná Nitra? If we talk about Just Transition Fund, I can mention Horná Nitra.
Yes, this is exactly true. I mean, there is large amounts of money coming from structural funds in the new programming period. Of course, the recovery and resilience plan, the just transition. Košice is definitely not left out from these ideas and from the possible allocation of funds. What will matter is the quality of projects that will come in as applications for these funds. Yeah, we are not only talking about smaller entrepreneurial project of SMEs, but also about large, let's say, systematic and infrastructure projects. And in this regard, Košice, as a region, as a city, has a unique and I would say single opportunity, which might not repeat itself in the near future. So the more and the higher quality projects we are going to receive, the better the chance for Košice to succeed in the future. We would not like to see similar projects such we had already in the past happening, because they never had a positive impact on the environment. We really need to support entrepreneurship. We really need to support human capacities and the links between the various elements of the ecosystem. So this is the first thing that I wanted to mention. And when we talk about the interconnection, there is a particular measure which was introduced to the Recovery and Resilience Plan, and it is related to the support for transformation and innovation centers. This measure has been defined and prepared in a close cooperation between our ministry, between other ministries, the Slovak Investment Holding, as well as with external business players, because the Transformation and Innovation Center is something that is still missing in Slovakia, the support for larger clusters, which would embed large industrial players, small and middle-sized enterprises, startups, but also academia and RDI institutions from home, from Slovakia, but also from abroad. This is an important link of these transformation and innovation centers, to have foreign elements involved in these consortia. And this brings the opportunity for not only inter-institutional cooperation, but also inter-city and inter-regional cooperation. These consortia that will be funded from the Recovery and Resilience Fund in the future may bring together various players from Žilina, from Košice, in particular areas and in particular segments, which would be linked to the smart specialization of Slovakia, to one of the 5 main domains of smart specialization. So I think there is opportunity, but right now, the role of the government, I would say, was already quite heavily fulfilled. We managed to define an interesting measure. We managed to persuade the European Commission that this is a measure that we would like to fund from the Recovery and Resilience Plan. We have the resources secured. And right now, the quality and the impact of this measure needs to be tackled by the regional and local initiatives. We need to see good projects that we can use this money for. And I think it's not only the role of the government, but it's also the role of the regional players to be able to create and to establish high quality projects, high quality consortia composed of entrepreneurs, of large industry players, SMEs, etc., that could use this money wisely with an impact on the economy.
Thank you, Peter. We will need to be wrapping up soon, but I want to conclude with one final question and a request for all 3 of you, and that's related to the future of Košice and of East Slovakia. We have a few questions related specifically to that. One says if Košice has the potential to be the Tartu of Slovakia, but my more general question would be, what is your vision for Košice? Where do you see Košice in those 5 years that everybody wants to talk about as a vision, 5 to 10 years? And a bonus question, and feel free to answer or not answer. If you were a mayor, if you were a newly elected mayor in Košice, what would be the one thing that you would do as your number 1 priority to fulfill the vision? And again, it's a bonus question, so if nothing comes to your mind, that's fine, but I at least want to hear, where do you see Košice in 5 years? What are the biggest opportunities? Where the region should be heading? And I will start with Andreas.
Yeah, I thought you were going to do that. Okay, this is a difficult one, but as a company, we continue to have relative growth in Košice. That means we are creating workplaces. And if I continue to walk through the city, then my vision in 5 years that we are a showcase for a tech city. That means all innovative solutions in terms of smart cities or something like that, I will see around every corner. May it be a smart lighting, may it be smart metering at the mayor's office, or may it be a cool smart parking app. So that's my vision, yeah, for the city. And what I would like to see, more or less, we eat our own food. And in the unlikely case that I would become an elected mayor, which I think doesn't work for me as a foreigner, then one of the first things would be I do a 2030 Košice plan, which will allow us then to get all the funding from the European Union and to have specific projects to fund all these things that we have this cool city. Thank you.
Thank you, Andreas. Now turning to TOmáš, what is your vision for the city, and potentially what is the one intervention you would do as a mayor?
I believe that Košice has a good opportunity for cross-industrial innovations. Huge opportunity. We can talk a lot about that. But my vision is that we are really be able to attract the top talents, because I mean one of the biggest goal for each city is to compete for the best talents in the regions or in a state. And we have to more focus on the best, smartest talent to be able to attain them to the city. And concrete point, city itself is it's also a platform. So probably to create something like a city hub or city innovation lab as a platform, and to open all problems, all data, all cities or municipalities, companies which are providing different services like lighting or parking or transportation. Open those companies and open those problems based on such kind of platform, communication platform, and offer them also for MVP or for testing for young entrepreneurs, not only for young, but all smart individuals from Košice, to be able to help city and also to help the citizen from a city to have a better, more innovative standard of living in the city.
Peter, Košice, the Tartu of Slovakia. Where do you see Košice in the future? You're managing hundreds of millions, if not billions of euros. And where do you see Košice using effectively those money to become something in the future? What is that something?
It would be quite interesting to see large employers such as US Steel being not only the single possibilities for interesting jobs for the local people, but to have the opportunity of diversified jobs in Košice. So this is also an attempt of the Just Transition Fund, where we are looking at the diversification of local economies in Upper Nitra and in the Košice region, because for ages, heavy industry has been playing the most dominant role in these regions. In Košice, we are mainly talking about US Steel, a significant emitter of CO2 emissions. And I think the role of US Steel should and will be still important in the Košice region, but we need to look at other opportunities. We need to look at other possibilities for a diversified economy. And I think the tech industry might be one of the domains where Košice in 5 years will be stronger than now. And I would also like to see the initiatives such as the Kasovia New Industry Center or the Regional Innovation Center to become materialized in the future. Of course, we are crossing fingers. These are two ambitious projects, one even more ambitious than the other. And I really hope that this project will be well prepared, because as I mentioned, Košice has the only single opportunity right now to invest heavily in quality projects. And if this is not going to be used wisely, then Košice is going to be struggling further. Thank you.
This was Peter Balík from the Ministry of Investment, Regional Development and Informatization. Peter, thank you for joining this panel discussion. We also talked, and I also want to thank Andreas Truls, Managing Director of Deutsche Telekom IT Solutions, for joining this discussion. And I also want to thank TOmáš Bell, partner at Vision Ventures, for talking to us. My name is Peter Kolesárová, I'm a partner in Civita Slovakia, and I want to thank all the viewers for asking questions, and I hope you enjoyed these panel discussions. Some of these topics and much more is ahead in the agenda to come.
Bol novembrový večer, ako ten dnešný, keď som rodičom na Skype z Británie oznamoval.
I remember a November evening just like this, when I told my parents while in London that I was changing my course from economics to mathematics. And they asked me, what are you going to do with mathematics? And I had no idea that an answer to this question would be scaling of technologies in the production of steel. Now, I also want to show you the role of the scaling, the role of people in the scaling. And obviously, this role is absolutely key. So, why are we still talking about steel, which is almost an ancient material by now? We know the process, and the industry is considered highly polluting. Steel is everywhere. Everywhere we look. Products that are made of steel, go from cars to vegetables. Steel is the chief material for the future and actually for a low emission economy. Technologies like electric cars, their motors, sustainable technologies like turbines are all made from steel. And steel can actually be used over and over again. So it's almost ideal for this sustainable economy. So how can a traditional company be digital or modern? An example I'm going to use is John Deere. Most of you have probably seen a John Deere tractor. This company is almost 200 years old, and it's been manufacturing farming equipment. But these days, they employ more software engineers than mechanical engineers. And this is because the tractors have transformed into being machines of data acquisitions and computation. And so they help farmers not only physically, but also in means of data acquisition. So modern technologies are also important for us here in Košice. For example, there are sort of families of technology. For example, automation, where we talk about crane tracks, or lubing in these cranes that we use, lubing bearings. For example, I can also mention digital work of our engineers, or one of our projects where we try to digitalize communication with our customers. And last but not least, it's also RPA, where we are able to automate repetitive actions. So, for example, with buying material or with selling. And our closest topic, our main focus, is data science, or the use of artificial intelligence. And we're actually going to talk about this a bit more. But first of all, let's talk about our vision. So we want to be able to aid human solution making throughout the fabric. So to make it so that the data doesn't have to be computed purely by a human brain, but using our data and our technology, aiding this person with artificial intelligence, for example. We also want to be a sort of leader in this transformation of heavy industry and develop the talent of our people. And in this way become a key player in this area. What are our expectations? So these new technologies basically help us increase our competitiveness and sustainability, and in that way be the leading steel mill in the region. Talk about the benefits of these technologies. So first of all, it needs to be to reduce costs, to drive productivity, and reduce capital intensity. But there are also some qualitative benefits. For example, systematization of our knowledge, so sort of a capture of know-how. Then the reducing of our environmental footprint, and last but not least, the improvement of customer experience. Now, to achieve this, we developed a structured approach to scale new technologies. And now people are basically at the core of this process. So you can see certain pillars of this program. So the vision is about tens of millions of euros that we want to implement, but we want to become an ecosystem player. Now, the second pillar, actually the most important pillar of the program, is talent. And it's the way that we want to grow our inside talent, our external talent, and also how we want to gain more talent. Then it's about identification of projects, their prioritization, and their maintenance. And also an important pillar is our work with data. How can we map the data that we have or those we don't have, and the responsibility of those data. So, but how do we approach the talent? So we need new skills and new expertise, but we are also creating new work opportunities. So basically, there are two places where this happens. One is our digital studio, which is growing continuously. And we have certain data engineers or architects working there. But we also look at UX designers or just project managers. Now, these roles are new for us, but they're pretty close to traditional IT. But there are also people that are directly in the production, certain users, And this is a very basically key role of digital agents. So we're taking the production world into the data world. And then basically translate that information back to the real world when we are talking about implementing a solution in real life. Where can we find this talent? So they say that hundreds of thousands of people are missing in Košice to work in IT. For us, this is a new area. So when we talk about the data lab, we need to appear as a company that is interested in this talent and is interested in employing these people. For example, our lab at Technical University, as well as we work with them with different IT projects, and then we also have a digital league and more. Then we also try to develop our own talent, as I said, digital agents or translators, for whom we prepare two things. So we trained 30 people internally through boot camps, and we gave them opportunity to try what basically data science is about. And the 10 best have been chosen to go study at University of Pavel Josef Šafárik. And this is something we want to continue doing next terms. And through this, train tens and tens of people to make them able to work with data technologies. And in this way help us fulfill our vision. So we want to use new technologies to be competitive and sustainable. So people are key for us to gain our vision, and the vision is for us to be a technology company making steel. Thank you for a very interesting presentation. My name is Ronald Vaško. I am the executive director of Amcham, and I will guide you through the last presentation, the impact of automation and the future of digital workforce. And we will try to answer the question of how can Slovakia escape the technological trap.
Hello, welcome back at our last panel discussion. I would like to present you our very interesting speakers, specifically Ludmila Majlátová, advisor from a European Commission. Welcome, Ludmila. Then we have Michal Vašečka, a well-known sociologist and pedagogist from the Bratislava Policy Institute. Welcome. Hello. Well, I'm not really sure if it's going to be so interesting. And last but not least, the co-panelist, Juraj Sabol, General Manager for Strategy of US Steel Košice. Thank you for accepting our invitation to a very interesting discussion, and I believe it will be also interesting for our viewers. I'm not really sure if you have already seen us before, but in the beginning, Martin mentioned some not very pleasant statistics when it comes to Slovakia. We are at the last places of OECD statistics when it comes to the impact of automation on our country. Slovakia is facing a huge challenge, just as a huge part of the developed world. And these changes were only accelerated by the pandemic. And we are in a technological trap. So do you agree that actually Slovakia is in technological trap, or if the situation is not so critical? Michal, what do you think? I will try to be brief. Yes, I do believe we are in a technological trap, and there are many reasons for this. It is the pace of the changes over the last decade. And we, from agricultural country, we became a very industrial country under the influence of the Czech economy. We are dedicated to export mainly. And now Slovakia faces traps in terms of how much export economy must go through extensive change or changes which require technological skills, but especially investments into the human capital. And it is also important to have skills which we do not really have. And all of this is happening at a time when the level of education is decreasing, even from the initial poor level. Thank you, Michal. What you said is not very optimistic. So we will try to find a solution, what we can do about it, private business, government, and how to use EU funds wisely for this kind of transformation. Ludmila, would you like to react? What is the opinion of the European Commission on this? Thank you very much. Yes, I agree that in case of Slovakia, we are in a technological trap. And this is closely linked to skills and the human potential that we have. I will refer to an OECD study that said that in case of implementation of automation, 31% of workplaces is threatened in Slovakia. They are threatened because these workplaces are becoming automized, and it's highly probable that they might be replaced by other machines or other technology. So this is the first process, and we have also talked about the implementation of digital technologies. From the perspective of the European Commission, the trend is actually to head towards digital transformation. And we are worried what technological innovations, which not only accelerate the process and not only contribute to the competitiveness, but they may also help create new workplaces. Of course, it is necessary to coordinate these new technologies, so it will be necessary to put emphasis on a higher level of skills, university education. But another aspect of these skills is related to communication and social skills. So we need leaders of teams who will be able to communicate and coordinate the complex processes. I really liked what the previous speaker said, who mentioned the digital agents. I think this is very interesting attitude and approach, because it is necessary to have people who can translate and to be able to see how to implement them in practice. And when it comes to the process of digitization in global, the technological improvement is something that cannot be stopped. We mentioned the high pace of these changes. If we look at the past, technological improvements cannot be stopped. So I think the pace is high risk and very sensitive. So we must react to it by implementing new systems in society. And we are all concerned by this. And the challenges coming ahead are very complex. And digital revolution is connected to the green transformation. So we must focus on all of these challenges that may create risks, but also present opportunities. So as we mentioned, the digitization, for example. And all of this is very complicated for people because they need to work on their skills. And they need a formal system of education, which is not sufficient, and they need to combine it with an informal system of education. So this is the so-called lifelong learning. And so this is something that we must invest into. Employees are expected to have digital skills and soft skills. They must communicate well, they must be resilient, flexible, must be able to react well to new challenges and new changes. So the goal is to build resilient workers. So this is all linked to education. In the case of Slovakia, the outputs are not so high quality and not inclusive enough. So this is all from me for the beginning. Thank you, Ludmila. Juraj was with us also last year, and he mentioned that US Steel is a technological company and that US Steel will be AI company. And now you mentioned that you don't really wait for any external resources from the government or from the EU, but you try to act and you look for digital agents or for change agents who are willing to collaborate with you and find solutions. Is this something that you consider to be a social responsibility of yours, or is there any other reason for that? For example, that you're not content with the quality of graduates, or that the qualities are not very available on the market. So are you just expecting, is this all necessary for you to survive, or do you also need some incentive from the government to be able to transform and to... And that the skilled workers will be available on the market. Yes, this is a combination of all of everything you said. After several pilot projects, we realized that there is a huge value in implementing new technologies such as artificial intelligence or automatized processes. And this has a snowball effect. We were able to implement 1 or 2 projects. We wanted to do more. So we set a goal to be able to do at least 10 projects each year, and we need capacities for this. This is when we realized that we must, in order to be able to find capabilities on market, we must approach it differently. We must compete with other IT companies. Although I think that data scientists are always more attracted by specific tangible products as opposed to other products, as in, for example, in e-commerce. But we realized that we must change the way how we think about it and not to wait. This is why this summer we started collaborating intensively with the Technical University as well as with the Pavel Jozef Šafárik University, and we looked at the study programs that they offer, what is in their curricula. We were talking about their deans, and we discussed how we can contribute, and we started several programs that we support, especially for doctoral candidates that work on some tasks for us and who are sort of our ambassadors. We try to educate our own employees as well. I could exaggerate. So just as people work Excel, PowerPoint in their work and home, the language of Python or other programming languages will be the new common science. So we expect this benefit of lowering costs, but also the positive impact on the region. I'm not sure if you can tell us what are your expenditures on employees per one employee, but I have some sad statistics ahead of me. An OECD report for 25 to 64 years old people. There are countries that invest 2,000 euros on average per one employee. In Slovakia in 2015, which is the last statistics, Slovakia invested only 918 euros per employee. Hungary invested more than 2,000. Poland 1,000 euros. Czech Republic even fewer or even less than Slovakia. But the leaders were Estonia, Finland, France, for example, almost 3,000 euros. So why is that? Michal, can you try to explain why employers in Slovakia are not willing to, or why they don't want to invest into their employees, into high-quality skilled force? You said that the indicators evaluating the quality of educational system are getting worse, and on the other hand, not even employers invest sufficiently into their employees. So can you explain that? I can try to, as a sociologist. So since employers don't do this, logically, they don't have to do this, that the pressure is not sufficient. Culturally, I would like to say what we are living with in Slovakia. When the country is innovating, we are focusing on the structural aspect, on infrastructure, and far less on the modernization of the human capital or investment into people and their whole potential, human potential, cultural, social potential. And this is coming back to us. If I look at on the index of digital economy of the society, where Slovakia is on the 22nd place. This is a great example of what I'm talking about. We are only followed by Hungary, Poland, Greece, Croatia, Romania. And we are quite well on the situation when it comes to the access to internet, the speed of internet. Slovakia is a well-developed country in this perspective. And we could be proud of ourselves, but when it comes to the investment into the human capital or the integration of digital technologies, it's not so pleasant in this area. And this is our curse. Slovakia is just reaching the peak of its innovation in infrastructure. It's our obsession when it comes to, for example, the motorway from Košice to Bratislava. So in the 21st century, we require a completely different investment. So technical skills will be taken over by machines. But in order to be able to communicate, in order for the society to function on the elementary level, to not believe conspiracy theories, this is far bigger challenge for us than anything else. Thank you very much. So what can we do about it? We have a plan of resilience and restoration that is being currently discussed. The common response is that we don't have enough funds, but yet we do actually have quite huge amounts of money, but we cannot use them sufficiently. Ludmila, can you explain to us the possibilities of the plan of restoration for the investment into human capital that we have been talking about, and how to catch up with it? I would just ask for one slide. It is very brief. So yes, this is a period when we have quite a huge amounts of money in Slovakia. So I think there is quite a lot of it in terms of implementation. So we need more money in terms of EU funds, and human capital is the key. When it comes to digital transformation, it is a huge challenge for the Commission. It wanted to force Slovakia as well as other countries to invest to digital transformation. In the case of Slovakia, who has 1.3 billion of euros allocated to digital transformation, and the plan of restoration connects investments and reforms. So it aims to create a digital reform and research and innovation of the ecosystem. This is further supported by investment into digital technologies. For example, investment into digitization of small and medium enterprises through vouchers or centers of digital innovations that are gradually being opened. And the hubs are connected to European centers of digital transformation. So we want to transfer this to Slovakia as well. And as we know, in the context of the digitization, industry and small and medium enterprises are lacking behind. And education as well, you know, in this context, in case of Slovakia, we have to look at all levels of education, primary, secondary, as well as higher education. So through the plan of restoration, we connect reforms and investments. And I would like to highlight the curriculum reform that should highlight digital skills and focus on the regions, where it should create regional centers which should help implement this curricular reform by teachers. Teachers are a gem in all of this process. We have to improve their preparation and the system of university educational system, but as well as further education and digital skills. So reforms and investments should be implemented in this way. When it comes to digital skills, it is important to have people who are capable of explaining this. So teachers must be able to work with these digital tools, but also to explain them. And we must upgrade our schools in order to achieve the minimum level of equipment necessary for students to work in the digital space. And we have also talked about talents, and I will build up on the previous discussions. So one of the investments should promote return of talents from 0.6% to 1%. There is a support of several scholarships. There are many students studying abroad, and actually the most from the member states of the EU. So we have to start up several areas and support them by investments, and a part of that should be supplemented by cohesive politics through the European Social Fund, and put emphasis on the investment to people. I have to also emphasize that these investments must be implemented by competent people. And I really like the concept of digital agents, because this is what we need. We need more people that are able to translate how the plan of restoration is set up and translate it to the level of implementation. So in order to be able to see the outputs in 2026. And I have to underline one more thing. And I hope that these characteristics will help implement these investments, which is to provide reimbursements through achieving milestones. So each year we will look at the schools if they achieved the level of digital equipment necessary, and based on that the money will be reimbursed. So the mechanism is different than in case of structural funds, and it is oriented on to the outputs, and we will see if Slovakia will achieve this allocation or not. Ludmila, you mentioned brain drain, which is truly alarming in Slovakia. But we also have positive examples. For example, Juraj, who came from Prague to Košice. Juraj, I have two questions for you. First, Ludmila mentioned a huge amount of money available, especially and also for private companies. Is it easy to understand for you? Is the mechanism so that a company like yours can actually access these funds? This is my first question. And the second question, you were talking about how you are retraining your employees. So US still has 9,000 employees, especially compared to other companies in Slovakia. But digital agents are those people that are interested in educating themselves in training, and this is the lifelong learning. This is the people who know that they have to invest into themselves and attain skills necessary for their employability in the market for the next decades. On the other hand, Slovakia is very low in EU statistics. Only 2.8% of our employees are committed to lifelong learning, compared to Sweden 28.6%, Finland 27%, Denmark 20%. These countries are really very close. For example, Czech Republic is twice as much. Hungary, 5%. Do you have employees like these who want to keep on learning, or is it something that just happened by chance? Okay, so I will start with the first question. When it comes to funds, we are observing the situation of the plan of restoration of resilience. We are using modernization fund. We were discussing it with Mr. Balík. So we are observing this and we are able to understand it. But what Mrs. Majlatová mentioned is the lack of people on various levels of the government who could help companies spend this money in terms of state aid or various funds. And that is a huge gap that we see. The talent and the capacity is lacking in the context of state. So, and this is why we cannot really use all the huge amounts of money that are available to us. When it comes to employees, in US Steel, we have a job system where people on various positions are directly motivated to keep educating. So, for example, for molding or welding trainings where people can improve their qualifications. And they're also motivated financially to do this. I don't have any exact number, but I'm sure that the statistics would be higher than the number that you mentioned, the 3%. When it comes to digital agents, these are people who have signed up for this and were interested in this. And when they saw our pilot projects in which we try to communicate frequently, and as you mentioned, they were interested in to learn something. There is still some sort of distribution, so those who were interested the most were sent to the program that we organize in collaboration with the University of Pavel Josef Šafarik. Let's come back to the macro level. Michal, you are a sociologist, so how do you perceive the mood in our society? Does the average citizen of Slovakia realize current technological threat? Slovakia doesn't have any experience with any protest movement, such as in the past when people were breaking machines. So what would they break now? They couldn't break clouds or software. So people are urged to stand up in some revolution. And should they, do they realize they have to invest into themselves? People should leave social media, first of all. But we cannot stop this, so it's just as much nonsense as when some workers were throwing machines, throwing out of windows because they believed that they were taking their jobs. So, based on several surveys, we can say that firstly, people in general do not realize their need for reforms. Reforms have very negative connotation. Most people refuse reforms. Secondly, people don't like that Slovakia is becoming a production line. And thirdly, people don't realize that education in 21st century is a lifelong journey, that you cannot just study something and that will be sufficient for the rest of your life. It's not like this in the 21st century. And all of this is happening in times when Slovak students on a very good level in technological subjects, for example, so in PISA tests, Slovakia is having quite okay results, not as good as, for example, Estonia, but it's still okay. But when it comes to reading comprehension, they are lacking behind. So there's always more and more people who read the text and don't understand what they have just read. And social media affect this. But if this actually develops, they will have technical skills, but not technical skills for the 21st century. Anyone who works with technologies is well aware what I'm talking about. Ludmila, if you could explain to us the situation in Europe. When we are talking about big tech companies, EU doesn't play a major role in the world. Is the situation in Europe not good enough according to the European Commission as well? And why is that? Why EU isn't a leading player in the world? If we compare Europe with the US, we are lacking behind in the context of innovations, because in Europe we don't really have a problem with the lack of innovation ideas, but they are not applied. So if we compare with the number of unicorns, of course there is less of them in Europe. In the research, European Union is actually on a good position. So in the context of innovations, there isn't enough support that, or enough other tools that could help to implement these innovative ideas. And this is also why we revised the new program period. It's called Horizont Europe. European Innovation Board Council helps to accelerate and boost innovations, but also provides support to implement these innovations into real life, into practice. So it gives award to companies that were able to become competitive in Europe. So in Slovakia, we started supporting companies that got this seal of excellence. So when we're talking about digitization, there is also another tool, Digital Europe, that was not in the last program period. It is a new tool. It is supposed to support digital skills, implementation of digital technologies, and to support cybersecurity. All of this is in the palette of financial tools, which is important. And I will also mention one more thing, that the EU Commission has adopted a digital compass where it has set basic goals for 2030, because it wants to go by the digital transformation. And it expects a basic level of digital skills for adults for 80% of the population. So by 2030, we expect this number to rise also in Slovakia to 80%. We need people to be able to, which are able to coordinate these complex systems and to implement artificial intelligence. We need people with above average digital skills, which is only 27% in Slovakia. On the European level, we need 20 million people who should have these skills. It is good to see and compare Slovakia in the context of these goals, which are set on the European level until 2030. There we can see 90% of small to medium enterprises will have a basic level of digital intensity by 2030. In the case of Slovakia, the number is probably very small. And there, in this case of these SMEs, we can use digital hubs that I mentioned earlier. So this might be just a brief reaction. So if I could just add to what Mr. Vašička said, I agree that young people have problems with reading comprehension, which leads to many misinformation, and which is very important is to support critical thinking. And I think this also should be the aim of the curriculum reform, and also the need to collaborate in terms of different sectors, different teams. We need people who are able to think critically. They should be able to read with comprehension, and they should be able to create teams and support teams and be able to solve cross-sectorial topics such as digital transformation or green transformation. All of these are horizontal topics that dissect different sectors. Thank you. We don't have much time, so just one more round. Juraj, I don't know your interviews, but I suppose they don't include only a reading comprehension, because I think that people who read with comprehension only do not fit into your company so well. So we are going to present some principles, some amendments for promoting digital transformation, and so we should try to focus instead of EQ and IQ into AQ and WQ. So AQ means adaptability quotient, and the second one is the work quotient, the ability to function in the world. So is this something that you are looking for in your aspiring candidates? And if not, what else? Or what is something else that you are looking for in terms of digital skills? We're also talking about cognitive skills. So what is the thing that US still needs in order to be able to operate on the global market of the 21st century? So I will mention our digital studio. So AQ and WQ, yes, we are looking for people who have the combination of these skills, the hard skills, in terms of data science and programming, but also soft skills in terms of the ability to learn and to be able to understand the metallurgic process standing behind all of this, and that they will optimize in their work. But also the ability to work in team, to work with different types of people in cross-functional teams who implement these processes. But also to be able to handle uncertainty, which is an inherent part of these solutions and models. So we often don't really know what the solution will be like in the end. And so this is also important in our opinion, especially nowadays, to be able to handle and manage uncertainty. Michal, for you, if you could say one advice, what this country should do specifically, and to name who is responsible for this, to fill this gap, and which is even widening maybe. What should we do to fill this gap? I would mention several things, but if I should mention only one, well, okay. I would start I would take over the innovative educational system from Estonia. We have to do what works, because otherwise we won't get out of the situation. And I would invest much more into informal and innovative education, because right now we are understanding that people outside the school get more information than ever. So it's not like in the past when people gained most of their knowledge in schools. Now they gain their knowledge from the internet and other sources, and we must start connecting these flows. And schools do not fulfill this function anymore. They don't fulfill as many functions as they did before, because everything changed, and we shouldn't rely only on schools for this reason. Thank you. And Ľudka, for you, one key advice for the government or for the whole Slovak society, what should we do in order to be able to change? I think it is necessary to do something with the educational system to reflect what we discussed here. So provide more critical thinking and soft skills, and to correspond to the needs of work. And we must learn from the best. And I think teachers, if people are supposed to be an idol, such as teachers, it is necessary to work with these teachers. And finally, I would like to add one more keyword that is also the goal of the plan of resilience and restoration. It is resilience. It is necessary to create resilient societies and systems, and through education, we need to create or form resilient people. This is the characteristic that is necessary for the team, and this is the required characteristic of a person. Thank you very much, Michal Vašečka, Ľudmila Vajlatová, and Juraj Sabo. It was pleasant to have you here, and thank you very much for your interesting discussion. Unfortunately, we are out of time, and so I have to thank you for... I would like to thank also our audience for your attention. And to summarize all of this afternoon,
we've heard many interesting ideas. So in the beginning, Mr. Vallo talked about the values that a successful self-government needs to have. That's transparency, communication with people, social sustainability, and environmental sustainability. Mr. Dušan Velič talked about how a crisis can be an opportunity with the right mindset. And we also heard about the innovation triangle that is not as developed as it needs to be yet. And then there is also a lack of trust in the industry from the schools, and the connection is not up to par. In the second part, we talked about responsibility in leadership. So what about meaningful work? So who am I working for, with what purpose? So young people need to have this higher meaning of their work. Talked about how the pandemic has accelerated negative trends, and it makes it more difficult for the leaders to manage transformative changes. And what can really inspire are successful stories. I really liked Martina Kolesárová's saying that research of students showed that young people don't think they can be agents of change. And the solution that was given was that successful leaders should return to their secondary schools and talk about how they managed to create positive change. So we should have the attitude of the future is not bleak. Then we heard from Riivo Anton, and he said that for a startup to be successful, we need to have no prejudices. And with this, we can also build a functioning ecosystem. We shouldn't cry over spilled milk, but we should learn from our mistakes. And the main focus is building good connections. And the second to last discussion, led by Peter Kolesár, concluded that the educational system shouldn't produce just technologically skilled people, but they also should know how to solve problems. And we should also push leaders to give back their know-how. And the last discussion told me that we need digital agents, and Slovakia shouldn't only have modern infrastructure, but also modern human capital. There will be machines, but people also need other skills, such as non-cognitive and digital skills. And we also had the idea of not reinventing the wheel, but maybe taking some ideas from other countries when it comes to education. Ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to thank our sponsors. So that's Remio Verum, and that's US Steel Košice, main partner Deutsche Telekom, and partner Semptom. We'd also like to thank Creative Industry and Festival Art and Tech Days, which starts tomorrow. We also thank the cluster of IT Valley and the University Technical Park Technicum. Also like to thank Promiseo that allowed us to make this conference happen. I'm sure we'll see each other next year. Thank you.